I gotta get the wizard hat. Oh. All right. Wizard hat acquired. Shadow's here, but his stream isn't loading. Apparently he doesn't like watching me. You have enough points to wizard hat 44 times, which means that you had 45,000 points. That is a lot of points, Lauren. Don't you have better things to do with your life than watch me all day? That's fair. That's fair. I suppose it was more of a rhetorical question, but your popcorn's out of butter. Sounds like you need to go get more butter. Did the Wumbo button work there, Shadow?
Pembroke is so lucky to have Dr. Reed, you know.
Oh, I keep forgetting that I can go through and re-loot stuff, which is really nice. Drilly blankies! Lauren has come in here with the blankies, which is all set. She is ready and cozy. You're here now that you finished your webtoon? Well, welcome, Waddles. You have missed literally one thing, and that was maybe me killing a skull. Ow. This guy's feisty. What is Tower of God about? Your mom is doing a Zoom call, probably taking up the bandwidth. Probably. Tell mom that she needs to stop doing a Zoom call, stop working, or whatever it is she's doing. And, oh, that is a nice
This
knife.
must be Clay Cox's knife. A fine blade. No wonder he wants it back.
Can I wield it? No? Alright. Yeah, anyway. Tell her that, you need to watch a very important stream that is far more important than her Zoom call. And to give you the internet back. I'm sure she'll understand. Sounds fancy. Tower of God. I feel like I've heard of it. What is Tower of God about? I have so many side quests to do. This is great.
It's a leech! Kill it!
I like how they just automatically know that I'm a vampire. Like, I don't know how they know,
Let's see how it likes over there.
but they somehow know. Give me my blood back, thank you. Oh, and I healed a little from that. Oh, that's so good. That's so nice. You need your homework, but you have a kitty on your lap? You have a kitty on your one leg. Hey, Shadow's finally here. He can see. He can see clearly now. The stream is working. Anything you desire, be it wealth, power, authority, money, revenge, or something that transcends it all, it can be found at the top of the tower. So, what is in the tower that stops people from achieving this goal? Is it a deadly dungeon gauntlet that they have to get through?
It ain't human! Kill it! Christ! He's dead! He's down! Finish it! Look at it! Gone up like...
You can see, I can fight. Is that a Fairly Odd Parents reference? It's kind of hard to explain what it is, but basically they climb the tower for varying reasons, and by reaching the top they get a single wish. Oh. Is it just a really tall tower that takes a while to climb, or...?
It's locked.
Ooh, I do not like that flashing light. No, sir. Yes, yes it was. Hey, I got a reference! Heck yeah. I'm not an entire noob. Each floor has its own challenge that must be completed to move up. Oh. Are you allowed to leave ever? Or is it like, as soon as you're done with a challenge, you're locked inside?
Steady, boys! Christ! He's dead!
There's a lot of murder, and there's no leaving. Oh, is it kind of like a gauntlet? Like only one person gets the wish, and so there's a lot of people going in at once, and they're murdering each other to try and be the one to get the thing. Oh, this guy's level 14. Oh, there's one of these fellas. Oh, he's level 16. I just realized that. There we go. Oh, come on. Can I equip this? Can I equip this pistol real quick? How do I reload? That's how I reload, okay. Alright, give me some blood. Alright, come here. Oh, I don't have any blood. Okay, good. I got him the old-fashioned way. Excellent. Fantastic. Sweet. You're right. I do have the Liston knife that lets me leech blood, and my main weapon, I think, gives me a leech of blood. Alright, let's see. Let's equip that one for the time being. Lord, that was close. Ordered by Dr. Thorough Strickland, Pembroke Hospital. List of substances and ingredients: Lacrima papaveris, medical opium, sodium hypochlorite, potassium permanganate.
Opium is one of the main ingredients of Strickland's medication. Never a good move.
So basically, so it's not like a gauntlet like Squid Games, and there's not just one wish, but the challenges are often deadly and put others against each other, forming teams to climb is common, as well as just using other people to make it higher. Like on the second floor, it starts out with basically a battle royale where they have to thin the numbers to a certain amount to beat the first part of the challenge. Anyone that has reached the top of the tower is considered a high ranker and can move through the floors at will. Oh. Permanganate. Permanganante. Interesting. So if they're able to move through the floors at will, can they go back at any time to get a wish? All right, is there anyone else to... Oh, so this is all in the same place, so I have to go through here to get to the docks. I see. Thank you, Shadow. I appreciate that. It was a tough one, for sure. I was not expecting to come face to face with just some random level 16 like that, so. Cover letter. Hello, Frank. How are you, my old friend? It was good to see you last week. Next time, let me get the rounds in. I hope everything is okay on your side of town. Here in your old neighborhood, the situation's getting worse. Clay is getting more violent every day and is only thinking about expansion, even when it seems there are some new players around trying to dispute our territory. The Wet Boot Boys are in a bad spot, I'm afraid. So I thought about what you said last time we met, that you never regretted leaving the gang, that the only thing you regret is never being able to put foot in the East End again. To avoid a good beating, or worse. Well, rest assured that you'd have my protection if you decide to pass by, and maybe we could talk again about new opportunities and job offer. You know, I have always been good with numbers, so maybe, if you need an accountant in your company, let's talk about that, shall we? Say hello to your wife for me. Wet Boot Boys for life, old chap. Booth Digby. Oh, interesting. They can choose to work or live on any floor they want to, so is it like a society built around this tower? Yeah, I feel like playing through this and going full bloody murder would be quite a lot of fun. That's one thing that I dislike about these morale games, is they're like, a lot of them are very, if you don't choose the good side, then the whole world goes to chaos. And it's awful. Like, that's pretty much how Dishonored was. And it was really disappointing because I didn't want, like, I wanted to kill things, but the more you killed people, the worse the world got and, like, the harder it got. And it just was not as much fun. Ooh, I went the wrong way. Alright, let's go back. Okay, so I gotta head basically down this way.
All these murders.
Oh, it's Booth Digby. Look at that.
I say.
Good evening, sir.
Who the fuck
Oh,
are you?
you
Don't
just
you see I'm
murder,
busy
murder,
here?
murder.
Dr.
I
Jonathan
see.
Reed, that's who I am. And who are you?
Ah, some fancy gentleman we've got here. Clear off. We don't want strangers on our streets.
So you won't tell me your name, then?
The name is Booth Digby. Maybe I'll ask my boys to break one or two of your bones, just so you remember it.
Well, Booth Digby, you might die.
Are you some kind of vigilante patrolling these streets at night?
Something like that, but the police aren't in charge here. We are, see?
So you're a concerned criminal, is that it?
Using funny jokes about me and my boys, are you? Fuck. You must have some balls.
I saw many men like you during the war, Mr. Digby. Greedy little cockroaches who feed on despair.
I could kill you.
Ooh, he called him a
saying that.
cockroach.
But, nah. You've been a soldier. I can respect that.
So, tell me about your gang, then.
What? Have you got a death wish? You really want me to answer that?
Well, yes. You seem so proud of your status. Why not tell me who you're working for?
Oi! I'm the boss, all right? The Wet Boot Boys work for me. All of them. Situation round here is better than other districts because of us. Because of me.
It is interesting to think that you gain more experience the more you know about someone. I wonder why that is. Maybe their blood tastes better?
What can you tell me about this part of town?
Things ain't that bad, thanks to us. We give people what they need, and we control this borough.
Well, you're not doing a very good job. People are still dying here like everywhere else.
Yeah, well, we can't be everywhere all the time. And Edwina says if we can find more guns, we could be more efficient.
More efficient? Really? You should probably tell Edwina that guns are useless against diseases and infections.
Incredible. You know what? You're lucky she can't hear you right now. She's more smart than patient. My sweet queen of the docks.
Interesting. I'll have to learn about Edwina. So there's a whole society in the town, and anyone that chooses to climb it as a regular, depending on the floor, you could end up in a lot of different places, including a part of what is essentially a mafia. The mafia?
I know you're looking for an honest job, Booth.
How does that work?
You're tired of this criminal life, aren't you?
It's just an idea. Edwina loves to run things so much. You can never really leave the gang. Wet boys for life, you know?
Okay. Okay.
Goodbye, Mr. Digby.
That one's locked.
Someone's playing a right strange game.
Oh, is this Edwina?
Find out.
Good evening, miss. I am Dr. Reed. May I ask you a few questions?
Who are you?
Oh, it is Edwina.
What do you want?
As I just told you, I'm a doctor. From the Pembroke Hospital, actually.
The Pembroke Hospital, you say? I ain't paying any bill left by Clay.
I'm not here to collect payment, Miss...
Miss Edwina Cox. So what do you want then? Fancy buying something from me, maybe?
Oh. Yeah.
Can I see what you
Okay.
have to sell?
As long as you have money, I'll show you all I have.
Phrasing, lady. Phrasing. Interesting. Mafia, but
Good
also
evening,
rebelling
Miss
against the
Hello
self-proclaimed
again,
king
Dr.
of the
Reed.
tower, which is what the
What do you
dude
want?
wished for. Interesting that no one else since then has wished
Can I
to
offer
be
you
king
my
of the
medical
tower.
help, Miss Cox?
I'm fine, thank you.
She's pretty healthy. All right. But it's not like learning about their past actually changes their health or something. Curing somebody of an illness, I get, but not the hints. From a gameplay perspective, sure, but not a narrative, biological standpoint.
What can you tell me about your work?
I'm a businesswoman. I buy and sell things, and I send my wet boot boys after anyone who don't play nice with me.
Gang member and shopkeeper. Can't be easy running double shifts.
If you're interested, I may find use of a doctor who can freely walk across the city, you know.
You're quite blunt, aren't you?
I like people who know what they want and say what they think. This is a time of great opportunity for those ready to embrace their destiny.
But there's no reason for a giant alligator man, but that's pretty cool that they have different races than just humans. That's interesting. I wish it were a cartoon. I'd probably actually watch it. That sounds really cool.
I'm not interested in a career in the criminal underworld, Miss Cox.
Fair enough. Stay away from us then, if you don't want to get hurt or worse.
Since my return from the war, I don't feel that concerned by threats, knives, or even bullets, if you must know.
That's exactly what that stupid trade unionist claimed after he attacked one of us. Booth and I reminded him a bullet beats words every time.
What can you tell me about this part of town?
You can't trust anyone around here.
Humans fell in love
As soon
with
as you lower
animals and
your
gave birth
guard,
to
you can be
hybrids.
sure some
Oh.
arsehole will take advantage of you.
Oh, there is an anime of it. Oh, is it any good?
You sound like you're thinking of somebody in particular.
Take the gravediggers of Southwark. They must pay me every week, but it looks like they forgot who gave them permission to steal from the dead.
Looting corpses in a mass grave. That is a new low.
Whatever. Hey, since you're a doctor and all, maybe you can access that forbidden area and remind those bastards what they owe.
Really? Don't you think that's a little bit excessive?
Yeah, it doesn't make sense that
Bastards, all of
learning
them. This
hints and
region only
everything gives
responds
you
to
more
violence
experience
and
from the
threats.
blood. It is an interesting mechanic, though.
You still use your husband's name, Edwina. Why is that?
Why shouldn't I? He may be a bloody bastard, but I'm still his wife and his name means something round here.
You never paid him a visit at the Pembroke Hospital, did you?
And I don't intend to. In Clay's case, I'm not against a medical mistake or a little help from the Spanish flu.
Booth Digby looks at you with love-struck eyes. Tell me, Edwina, is the feeling mutual?
You have no idea how refreshing it can be for a woman to receive all the pleasure she needs. For once.
Whoa, now.
I'll take your word for it.
What is it, Doctor? A woman's not supposed to talk about these things.
Behind all your crude words and your attitude, I sense romance and a soft heart.
Where did you watch it, Waddles?
Romance? I have no time for such rubbish. I use Booth like I use everyone else.
Oh.
Tell me about the man you and Booth killed, Edwina.
The bastard killed one of us and received retribution. There's nothing else to say.
And your conscience is clear. You kill without hesitation.
Violence is an efficient tool, Dr. Reed, when used properly.
So you decide who lives and who dies, just like that.
Yes, Doctor. Just like that. I'm not saying it's fair. I'm saying it's my way of dealing with troublemakers.
I was hoping that, saying she has a soft heart might catch her off guard or something.
What happened exactly?
I don't know, and I don't care. One of ours was killed by that communist bastard, but he didn't brag for long.
So you have no idea what really happened, but you executed him anyway.
No one messes with the Wet Boot Boys, Doctor. This is our territory, and this is our law.
Goodbye, Miss Cox.
Yeah, manipulated might have been the better
Pleasure,
choice,
sir.
but...
Been a while since we've seen it.
Oh well. Where's that one guy? Is he up here? So one episode's free on YouTube, but it's also on Crunchyroll. I haven't been on Crunchyroll, God, since the first season of Attack on Titan came out. And Sword Art Online.
These are good drinks just as likely to cause a problem as to solve one.
I hope I live long enough to see them Wet Boot Boys get what's coming to them.
Oh yeah, you've been playing Diablo 3? I picked that up not too long ago. Where's... Where's Dyson Delaney? Oh,
So few clients.
there he is.
What with
Good
the
evening,
epidemic,
sir.
no one
Whatever.
dares go outside.
Don't you recognize me? We met a few nights ago.
Don't take it personally. I spent a lot of energy forgetting what I did the night before.
Yes, you had definitely drunk too much then as well.
How are you enjoying
Dr.
Diablo 3,
Jonathan
Shadow?
Reed.
I'm Dyson Delaney. I'll try to remember you. This time.
Inebriation aside, do you need medical help?
Yes. I feel sicker than usual these days.
Should have offered a drink to the boy.
I will see you later.
Not, he's just a
Oh, I thought I had
Goodbye,
fatigue
Mr. Delaney.
medicine. I thought I made that before I quit last time.
And this place is a camp.
There's a place up here. A friend wanted to co-op with you, then he and a couple of friends powered leveled you to 70 in a day or so. Oh. I don't know how you feel about it, but I always hate it when someone's like, oh yeah, I want to co-op this game with you, and then they just like totally power level you through the entire game and you don't actually get to enjoy it. That's the worst for me. Shadow Let's Diablo. Are you playing it on PC or are you playing it on PlayStation?
Foolish girl and her freak principles. Got no idea.
so I should shut the turquoise for a time.
Good evening, Mr. Delaney. Inebriate.
Yes.
Give medicine.
Take this, then. And perhaps you could try to slow down the alcohol intake, too.
Hey, Doc, you don't really want me to stop the only remedy I can afford.
Well, maybe if you stopped drinking, you'd be able to afford other
What
things.
do you do for a living, Mr. Delaney?
I drink. I drink in the morning and at noon. I drink at night. And then I drink some more.
Don't you work at all?
I'd love to, but I don't have the time. Didn't I tell you? Drink in the morning and at noon. I drink at night.
All right.
Why
Do
do you drink
drinks.
so much?
Maybe it's because I prefer dying slowly. Death can be so abrupt. Personally, I like to see mine coming at my own pace.
You sound very sad, sir.
That's because I am Doc.
Is there anything in particular that you like about this part of town? Except for the cheap drinks, I mean.
How dare you say such a thing? I love this neighborhood. So friendly, so joyful.
Is it?
Why are you so cynical?
Cynicism is the polite way to express despair, Doctor.
No reason at all to rejoice, then? Life is hopeless and then we die, is that it?
Let me tell you a story.
All right. Go on.
A few years ago, when I believed a resolute man could change things around here for good, a tragedy occurred nearby.
What kind of tragedy?
It was a bomb. Bomb that exploded and killed many people. Metal and blood everywhere. Shouts, fire, broken window of the shoe shop, the torn street light.
You lost people you loved that day, didn't you?
I've lost everything. But you know what the worst part is? I don't even remember where it happened. I've drunk so much to forget it. And now I can't remember where it was. I can't pay my homage to the dead.
I'm sorry, Mr. Delaney.
It's okay. If you ever find the place, just leave a flower for me there. Even if you tell me where it is. I'm not sure I'd memorize it.
Dang. That's heavy. You feel like you feel like it was cheating, but the enemy scale and you don't actually go through the story, so you've got that to do. Oh, no, I guess that's nice. I guess that's not too bad leveling all the way up then. I mean, at least you've got a lot of skills and a build that you enjoy. You're actually like Paragon level 70 or something now, which is the leveling after you hit the max. Oh. I don't remember if it still has crossplay or not.
Is there anything in particular that you like
I thought
about this
it
part of
did,
town?
and now that...
Except for the cheap drinks, I mean.
How dare you
No.
say such a thing?
Tony bought Bungie.
I
that
love
wasn't-
this neighborhood. So friendly, so joyful.
No reason at all to rejoice, then? Life is hopeless and then we die, is that it?
Let me tell you a story.
Another time, perhaps. I'm not sure I want to hear another sad story.
All right, did I unlock anything else? No? Oh!
Surely you must have had dreams and expectations when you were young, like everybody else.
Sure, I wanted things to change. To really change, and to change for good. The bigger the dream, the harder the fall.
Sounds like you were an idealist, which is honorable.
No, sir. I was an anarchist and I believed that exclusive property is a robbery in nature. I wanted a new world to rise from the ashes, Dr. Reed.
Do you really think the world is that bad?
No, I believe we all can choose to make it better. But most of us are too weak, too corrupt and too guilty. I failed for sure, but others will come.
I want to know more about your past as an anarchist, Dyson.
I'm still an anarchist, Doctor, make no mistake.
Amazon's a
I just
barbarian.
reject violence as a tool to change the world, unlike my comrades.
Do you still see your comrades, then? Even if you don't agree with their methods anymore, I mean.
No. I hope they'll come to share my point of view one day. I'll raise my glass to that splendid idea.
Is a barbarian different? I
Do
thought
you
she was
believe
basically the
in
barbarian.
a bloodless revolution, then?
I do not believe in much anymore, Doctor. But I'll admit I like your idea of peaceful change. I like it a lot.
That's what I get for not playing it.
Goodbye, Mr. Delaney.
I know I bought it on PC when I bought Diablo 2. Alright. Is there anyone else I needed to talk to here? No, he's healing. They're all good. He needs headache medicine, which I don't know yet. But I might be able to if I research that blood I just got. I think I also have it on PlayStation too. Oh no, I don't have blood to analyze. Did I not pick up? Oh, maybe I can't analyze it here? Thought I picked stuff up, but maybe not. God, the jars of spiders.
It's locked, all right.
Yeah, totally. I think mine is Drillian, like it is everywhere. If it's not Drillian, it's Sir Drillian. I know it's Drillian on BattleNet. I don't remember what it is in PSN, though. Ooh. Money, money, money. It's been a while since we've played PlayStation. You've just been so busy with homework and stuff that you haven't really had the time, I think. She's laughing at me about doing homework.
Good evening, sir. I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed of the Pembroke Hospital. May I be of assistance?
Dr. Reed. So it's you who saved my friend Oswald. It's a pleasure to meet you, sir.
And you are?
Newton Blight.
Oh.
Oswald and I recently returned from the war.
Newton Blight, you say? You're friends with Oswald, who I rescued but have not treated. Ah, there we go. Now I have him, though.
Why do you stay here now that Mr. Thatcher's back?
It's complicated. Since the war, Oswald's been really nervous with the idea of entering any hospital. And me, I've got my own issues.
Can you speak about them?
Rats, sir.
What?
Even seeing one, they turn me. Just want to run. It's that fear that stopped me from going after Oswald when he left.
Dang. You also up the difficulty you started on from normal to master, the highest difficulty, and you still feel like you're destroying things. Yeah, I feel like Diablo's not really balanced anymore.
What can you tell me about the war, Mr. Blight? If you want to speak about it, of course.
War was...
26
Well, you
torment
know,
levels? Jeez.
The stench of death everywhere. Your mates lying bleeding in the mud. Just praying to make it through and get home. Bloody nightmare.
Did you know Oswald Thatcher before the war?
No. We met in the battlefield.
I've always wanted to get into Diablo.
I think we're in the same boat to France. We've stuck together ever since.
I think I bought like the complete deluxe edition or whatever that has all the DLC, I think.
I fought in France, too. I served as a field surgeon, but it was not uncommon to repel an assault, especially at night.
Yeah. The first time I was wounded, I had to protect the infirmary from hostiles. Twice.
Yeah, war's rough, man. War's rough.
You are always welcome at the Pembroke Hospital. As a former officer, I'll be honored to welcome a fellow veteran.
I'm not giving up on bringing Oswald back to the hospital. I just need to convince him that he needs some help.
Perhaps he needs to reach that decision by himself.
Could you speak to him? He doesn't usually listen to doctors, but perhaps because you've been through it, you can talk him round.
Yeah? Yeah, I'd be happy to. Oh,
What
phobia of
caused your
rats.
phobia of rats?
Yes, tell me
It
about your
happened
deep
last
and
year
darkest
following an
secret.
artillery attack. I was trapped for 2 days in a hole under 2 dead soldiers. And there were rats.
Go on.
They started eating me as soon as I dozed. Gnawing at my ears, with fingers, lips. I couldn't move. Couldn't call for help.
I see.
No, you don't. You have no idea what it is to wake up buried under bodies. Fucking vermin eating your flesh. Oswald. He found me and saved me.
Dang. So you're just gonna blow
Goodbye,
through the
Mr.
torment
Blunt.
levels now too and
Take care
be a
of yourself.
god. Are you Oswald?
Hello again, Mr. Thatcher.
It is Oswald.
Do you feel any better now?
Yeah, could you imagine being
This
eaten alive by
neighborhood may
rats?
stink of dog
I
shit
couldn't.
and reek of piss, but to me it smells like
Lauren
the
can.
purest mountain air.
Mr. Thatcher, do you have a job?
No. Since I came back from the war, I spent most of my time and energy just trying to forget.
I understand what you mean. I was a soldier too.
No. Nobody can truly understand what I've gone through.
You always do.
Why were you locked in that sewer?
Mind taking
What
this?
happened?
I went by the canal after an argument with a friend. Got chased by these fucking wankers and had to barricade myself in, despite my claustrophobia.
Why did you run? What was the reason for your argument?
Newton wanted me to go to a hospital, but I can't stand being closed in. Makes me feel like I'm suffocating.
Tell me about your claustrophobia. Has anyone given you an official diagnosis?
That's what the bloody doctors said. But I don't want to go to a hospital to get checked again. I'll deal with it my own way.
Hey, Mercutio, welcome back. First hard one, no pressure. Oh boy. I don't know, I'm feeling that pressure.
Oswald, why did you not go to the Pembroke Hospital to seek medical help?
I don't trust doctors. All they care about is their careers and processes. I won't be locked in any room again by anyone.
Your fear of being trapped is not going to go away by itself. You need professional help.
I've seen enough butchers in white coats to last a lifetime. Hospitals reek of chemicals and death. What I need is fresh air.
Do you want to talk about why you have this fear of being enclosed, Mr. Thatcher?
No, I really don't.
An irrational fear like yours is usually rooted in a specific event. Perhaps it would help to talk about it.
Well, Doctor, take a guess then if you're so interested in my case.
Woof. Also, it was very overwhelming on unlocking almost all your skills and runes at once. Oh god, I can't even imagine. There's so much in Diablo. I mean, I feel like it's always deeply rooted in... Yeah, I wish I could quick save. I feel like it's almost always deeply rooted in a childhood fear. But You Got Buried sounds like very unique, and I almost want to go for that.
Perhaps you were trapped or locked in somewhere as a child. The horror of war could have brought this memory back to the surface.
Are you joking? I grew up on a farm. I had a bloody fantastic childhood.
Dang it!
Do you want to talk about why you have...
No.
An
Well, Doctor...
Perhaps you were trapped.
Are you...
Curses!
Goodbye, Mr. Thatcher.
Buried. Of course it was buried. I almost went with it too. Huh?
It's
I do have
locked.
to go with my gut. I never end up going with my gut. See, that's what I'm wondering, if there is a way to figure out before guessing. Because, I don't know, that's not a very fun mechanic for them to just be like, just gotta guess. You got a 33% chance. Good luck.
As for me,
Good luck.
I'm an idiot.
So many deaths. And still more coming. How can we be sure we're making a difference?
My sweet girl.
Is there more stuff for me to loot? Hey, there's this box. You all right over there, Lauren? Ah. All right, so tell Strickland what happened. So Strickland was back here. Are you Strickland? No. You're Ackroyd. You're Strickland.
Good evening, Dr. Strickland.
And good evening to you, Dr. Reed. Can I be of any help?
Your drug provider is
I
gone.
located the shop, but it was vandalized, and the owner is missing. All I found was your order.
I was afraid of such bad news. People are so desperate they're ready to burgle a shop for drugs.
That's quite a list you ordered. Opium, sodium hypochlorite. It can't be just headaches you're trying to cure.
This dreadful influenza, of course. I already ran some tests on hopeless cases. Without success, I must admit.
Do you realize you could create a lethal poison without the correct dosage? Then there are the legal ramifications.
Is this not true of any medical substance, Dr. Reed? However, if you would agree to improve it, I'd be glad to accept your help.
As long as you promise to be scrupulous with your experiments, I may try to gather these substances and even help improve upon the mixture.
That's all I'm asking for, Dr. Reed. That's all I'm asking.
Oswald himself didn't say anything about being buried, but the other dude said that he was buried. He was buried under bodies, and that Oswald found him. He didn't say that Oswald was buried with him.
My sweet girl. Reads me like a book.
What do you think of Dr.
That's why I was like,
Ackroyd's
it's probably
aversion
not
to
buried
modern
then.
medical methods?
It's a shame he's so narrow-minded. Dr. Swansea taught me that science is about exploring uncharted territory. I'm convinced that's true.
With the influenza and all that's going on, you should put your differences aside, don't you think? Why is it so difficult to work together?
I believe that if Dr. Ackroyd had been the one to discover the transfusion process, he would be the first to recommend its use.
So you believe it's just a question of jealousy and pride?
Dr. Ackroyd is as proud as he is blinded by his obsolete concept of medical science.
Oof. They don't like each other. Oh, Lord.
Tell me, Thoreau, what's the real cause of your dislike for Dr. Ackroyd?
He refuses to admit that your blood transfusion technique is the only way to save Mr. Fiddick. I'm convinced we must use it.
What
Oh.
Dr. Ackroyd really said is that you lack the skill to perform this operation efficiently. Is there anything you have to say about this?
It's a false conceit. Dr. Ackroyd secretly envies your reputation. His jealousy
Kinda got
blinds him.
that.
I'm not the real target here.
What
Tell
about the
me
blood
more
transfusion?
about your willingness to experiment with new medical techniques.
Harvey Fiddick is a patient suffering from a severe injury that could cripple him if
What is
not
the
treated
injury?
correctly. I'm convinced your blood transfusion technique could help him.
What is it you really want? To save him, or to prove your point?
Fair question. I want nothing but to save my patient, Dr. Reed. Especially since I know Mr. Fiddick's story.
Tell me Mr. Fiddick's story.
Our first diagnosis
It would be
was
hard for you to
compromised
pull off
because Mr.
Shadow. You'd be
Fiddick
sitting on
lied
it
to
all
us
the
about
time.
the real origin of his injury. He first claimed it was an accident.
But why would he hide such crucial information from us?
Because he is a proud father. Ashamed of putting his children at risk because of his own negligence.
Ooh.
This personal involvement could also appear to be a lack of impartiality. You must know that a good surgeon must remain neutral.
I agree. But that does not excuse Dr. Ackroyd's behavior. A man who did not even take time to converse with his patient.
Do you think keeping his distance was a mistake?
All I know is that I'm taking care of human beings with desires, hopes, and fears. Not some biological machine comprised of blood, bones, and flesh.
Blood transfusion on an injured arm does sound like malpractice, unless it's like infected and they've got it's like blood poisoning.
I want to know about these secret tests you run, and if they can save people from this epidemic. Speak to me now, Thoreau.
I know I may sound presumptuous, but I'm just following your steps, Dr. Reed. I'm casting away the shadows of ignorance by daring to face them.
Self-confidence is essential in our line of work, my young colleague, but only if tempered with the correct amount of cynicism.
But you never doubt yourself, Dr. Reed. I've read all your articles and books. You performed the most daring research during the war.
I will not let you down, my boy.
I'd like to think that I'm just telling them both that I support them. That's really towing the line of going along with both of them. Yikes.
You have my support, Dr. Strickland. I know exactly what it feels like to battle an unknown disease with only your mind and force of will to help you.
Thank you, Dr. Reed. You don't know what that means to me.
Goodbye, Dr. Strickland. I can't let Strickland put his patients at risk with opium. Perhaps an adjusted formula will deliver more of a placebo effect.
All right, I can do that. I was kind of hoping that it would unlock another hint if I did that, seeing as how playing as me is not gonna get me as far as playing as how I think the characters might act. I was wrong again. All right, what do I have to bring? 1 unit of sodium hypochlorite, potassium permanganate, and 6 ferrous tartarate, or tartrate. Got my 1 potassium. I've got a lot of that. And I've got a lot of that. Okay. My medical desk. This one?
Strickland's
oh, it's this one.
Project could be dangerous. I have a mind to report him to Dr. Aykroyd.
I just didn't realize it was on the other bench. I talked to him a little bit earlier, yeah. I have stuff I can recycle or sell. Where was he? Like out this way, I think? Nope. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe he's out over here. I'll find him. Isn't sodium hydrochlorite salt? I know sodium is salt, but I don't know if sodium hydrochlorite is salt. Lauren, you're brilliant. It's probably, she says it's probably just the actual salt crystal. But she don't know. She's smart, but she ain't chemist. Here he is.
Good evening, Dr. Reed. Such a pleasure to see you again.
Are you afraid
I talked to
or
him.
uneasy being surrounded by so many corpses?
Why should I? These bodies are empty vessels. Flesh left to decay. Poof. No soul anymore. All gone.
An interesting point of view. And quite an exotic one, too. Most people fear, or at least have a respect, for dead flesh.
Sir, as a medic during the war, I learned to face my death and the death of others. It's the pain we have to tame, not death itself.
How did you get this job?
After I left the army, I worked as an undertaker down by the docks. A dangerous place with many an unpleasant business there. Milton Hooks helped me get a job here.
Oh, of course Milton's all over this one.
Have we met before?
I don't think so, sir. Why?
When we first talked, you said you were glad to meet me since I was reported dead.
Funny story, sir. Your sister came here a few nights ago. You were missing, and she was looking for your body. She must be very relieved now.
Ah. I will probably forget to check them when they pop up, but I can always look after I'm done talking to them, or during, like this. He's not afraid of death since he served as a medic. Been appointed as a medic by mistake during the war.
Do you work here alone?
Yes, very easy work, sir. All I have to do is watch a few bodies. The situation was very different when the main morgue was still open.
Why do you have to watch these bodies?
Because these poor fellows have no names. We keep them in case someone comes looking for the missing. Sadly, very rarely happens.
She's very relieved, I imagine.
Why close the hospital's main morgue?
It was for sanitary reasons after the beginning of the epidemic. Cadavers had to be moved to the nearest mass grave.
That's messed up.
Tell me the truth about your appointment as a medic during the war, Rakesh.
The regiment administration appointed me by mistake. I had to learn the job on the spot, sir. Very hard, sir, but I rose to the challenge.
You can't impersonate a doctor. You can't improvise a medical education. People could die at your hands.
You're absolutely right, sir. But as a field surgeon, it was more like being a butcher.
Do you believe you have really helped these people?
My ratings were within the averages of the regiment.
Oof.
I saved lives, Dr. Reed. Does that not say enough about triage and war surgery?
Do you realize how many soldiers died because of that decision? You should have refused.
Yes, sir. I swear I did, sir. But no one listened. When the first wounded arrived, I had to do what I could.
It is an unbelievable story, Mr. Chidana.
It was a time beyond belief, Dr. Reed. But I'm happy not to deal with the wounded. I prefer caring for the dead now.
I mean, you're not wrong, but they could have gone and gotten an actual doctor instead of just some random soldier. Hi, Knightley. How are you doing?
A pawnbroker? I expect you get all types of people here.
Yes, sir. All kind of people. For I sell all kind of goods.
Good to see you, Knightley.
Who comes here to trade with you? It's very unhygienic, even unsafe. Diseases can spread. For the customers, for the hospital.
I'm very cautious, sir. I've been a doctor, remember? And all my clients are good people. In fact, I think I only know good people.
What kind of goods?
With the quarantine, it's not always easy to buy things. So I trade, I exchange. Some people sell, some others buy. I like to help.
Knightley is on the same time zone as we are. But Knightley is always here around the night. Doing all right. It was movie night with friends. They chose to watch Dodgeball. You could not make it through. It's like they looked up every ism and had a quote to hit them all multiple times. Oh, like sexism, racism, ableism, stuff like that.
Since you're not afraid of dying, do you believe in life after death, Rakesh?
No. I believe we must do all the good we can while alive. For our time is short, and the obstacles are endless.
Do you think you would enjoy immortality as a concept?
I don't think so. Don't mistake me.
Yeah.
I love life, and I'd like to live a long life.
I can't imagine
But
Dodgeball
everything
was
has
designed to
decay,
be
sir. Even
anything
goodwill.
more than just throw everything we can in there and try to make as many people laugh as we can.
Do you really believe goodwill cannot last?
As I said, sir, everything decays. If I was to never die, goodness, I would be bored or worse. And I like to be helpful, sir.
Quite depressing, wouldn't you say?
Yes, but the good news is we'll all die before losing our humanity, sir.
So you're ready to die?
No, I am not. I don't fear death, for I won't see it. What troubles me is the pain my death will inflict to those I know.
You're a wise man, Mr. Chidana.
No, Dr. Reed. I am a foolish man. But I like to think otherwise.
Your friends loved it, and that was a bit of a conflict to you, calling it Better Times like it was a movie, but that was legit what people dealt with at the time and still deal with. I can kind of understand what they mean by better times, because for them, probably when they saw it or when they lived it back then, life was a lot simpler. And life is no longer simple. Society is no longer simple. It hasn't been simple for a long time, but it only continues to get more complex. So I get maybe why they say it, but I agree. Something like that has so much troublesome content to it, I can understand why that would not be enjoyable and can even make you question.
Goodbye, Mr.
There's
Chidana.
definitely a lot of friends that I've
More bodies will arrive.
questioned my
cannot enter.
my friendship with, or why I hang out with them because of the things that they've watched or do watch or do and stuff like that. Yeah, Lauren said some things just don't hold up, and it's true. Some things just don't hold up.
What your last thoughts would be, sir.
Daily routine.
Show us the cat, Waddles. I will go find the cat. Also, Lauren is here. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Just sticker catting.
The pain. It's there again.
Come now, we can handle this.
Fear and disgust on every street corner. The daily routine.
With you at our side, Dr. Reed, I know that Pembroke will prevail and survive this epidemic.
Damn. The pain. It's there again.
The cat's hiding under the bed. You're just slightly off. One more loot box? Alright, that works. We're gonna see if we can coax her out.
We may lack the resources, but we have some of the most brilliant minds in London at Pembroke.
Damn. The pain. It's there again. Fear and disgust on every street corner. The daily routine.
Maybe that scared her. I coax her out with a broom handle? We would never. Lauren just said that she brought the broom out and she thinks that might have scared her. It seems like for the better of mankind, sure, some take it too far, and becoming more sensitive is how we're being kinder to each other and more considerate of what we have available and what we do for people. It was legitimately stressful to watch the dodgeball tournament because most of the teams were racist stereotype in succession. Like the Japanese team were called kamikazes and wore sumo gear and did ninja flips and stuff. Yeah, I can see how that would be problematic. I can see also how it would look very funny, But I can see how that would be very problematic.
If only there were more of us, with less resignation and more determination.
I know I can count on you. I wish I could say the same for the others.
You look exhausted. You're...
Like, I feel like it would be possible to do that in maybe a tasteful way, just because I've seen some movies that have been able to take the stereotypes and actually do it in a good way. But yeah, that just sounds like almost like a Borat situation where they just make everything as awful and stupid as they can for the heck of it.
pushing yourself too hard.
Yeah, I get it.
To bear the burdens of this hospital.
I do not blame you.
Hey, Doc.
I have found the gift from your wife.
In that case, you'll be properly rewarded, Doc. Clay Cox is a man of his word.
I hope that won't make me an accomplice to your future crimes.
Who knows what I might do now I feel invincible again?
Yeah, that would definitely be too far for me too. There are a bunch of movies that I cannot watch because of the amount of like sexual harassment or forced sexual situations. Like, that's not cool. That was especially stressful because the situations she was in were downright scary for... Oh god, I can't even imagine. And you know, she probably couldn't even say anything. Be like, hey, I don't want to do this. I don't feel comfortable with it.
Daily routine.
This way? No, it's this way. You wonder what it's like in this game when I feed on people and characters start to go missing one by one. Does anyone question it? One way to find out.
Good evening, Mr. Fiddick.
Good evening, Dr. Reed. Any news about my operation?
Nope. that is not how bits work, apparently. I don't know. Bits are so hard to figure out. I always just click the bit button and then click the associated denomination. The character was literally a lawyer for sexual harassment but didn't do anything about... Oh, that doesn't even make sense. I bet that was supposed to be part of the joke.
You seem worried about the safety of your family. And it's obviously the reason why your wound troubles you so much.
I cannot give up on my children now. They both need me living.
What about their mother, if I may ask?
She died in 1915 during one of the first Zeppelin raids. We never found her body.
Oof. Thank you, Waddles, for the 200 bits. I appreciate that. And now it's Lauren's turn to take over. Oh, to heck with it. Thanks for the free Google Play credits for bits, Google. Interesting. Have you ever played Vampyr before? Lauren? No. Hostile takeover. No. I was talking to Knightley. And then I just turned. We're gonna continue the conversation.
Sorry, I put Sour Patch Kids right in my mouth as I did this.
Tell me more about the death of your wife, Harvey.
That is so loud.
1915. I was in the army, building workshops for the Royal Flying Corps. Helen was happy I wasn't sent to the front.
What happened?
The Germans sent Zeppelins to bomb the construction site, but they missed their target.
I like his jacket.
My wife was bringing my dinner when the bombs fell.
What should I do?
I think those are...
I'm sorry for your loss.
Look at his
so
beard.
many died during the bombings.
I want a beard like that.
I served in
Right?
France and witnessed the carnage there.
I would like to say that she didn't suffer. Truth is, I have no idea. I just know that I'm all that me kids have. Poor little bleeders.
The voice acting are quite
How
good.
are your children after losing their mother?
They were smaller then. The only good thing about this is my Helen didn't bring them with her that night.
Why are you talking to this man?
Tell me about your injury, Harvey. Why do you feel so guilty about it?
My wife died because of me.
Yeah, his
And
beard
now
is
I may
nice.
lose everything
The
because I've been
jury is
careless enough
thick.
to hurt myself. What an arsehole.
You can't hold yourself responsible for your injury, Mr. Fiddick.
Mr.
Unless you
Fiddick.
tried to hurt yourself.
Of course I didn't hurt myself. But I can't work until my arm is fixed. My children need to eat, Doctor.
How could your job be responsible for your wife's death?
I was working a double.
My beard looked.
She went out to bring me a hot meal and got caught in a German bomb raid.
I wish my beard looked as nice as his. I think that's it. Should I do a medical checkup?
Is there anything else that's bothering you? Can I help in any way?
I'm all right. Considering
I'm
the state of
all
this
right.
place, I should consider myself lucky, I guess.
Yes. I did.
Tell me about yourself, Mr. Fiddick.
I'm just a regular guy waiting to get his arm fixed, so I can return to work and to my family.
I was more curious about what you were doing before being hospitalized.
Waddles, you gotta
I'm a carpenter.
clean it all up.
And a good one, too. But that means I
$30, get a
need
good
both
one off
arms
Amazon.
to feed my family, Dr. Reed.
A haircut?
Razor.
Any more?
Trying to.
Goodbye for now,
split up
Mr.
like
Fiddick.
I know.
I'll see you later.
You always knew the words to calm the children, Helen. As for me, what a blundering idiot.
Can I eat him?
I haven't eaten anyone yet. So, I mean, you could eat him.
Can I eat one of these guys? God, your mouse is so sensitive.
Yo, just sometimes really.
Ah!
Well, Knightley, you haven't played this one, but you're a doctor around the First World War.
Good evening, Dr. Strickland.
And good evening to you, Dr. Reed. Can I be of any
And
help?
you're a vampire.
I've improved your mixture?
Yeah, I was gonna give it to
I have managed to improve the mixture by diluting it. Have you ever heard of Sir Joseph Francis Olive? Or the placebo effect?
No, I don't think so. Why?
A placebo is a substance or...
You made a placebo of my project. Why?
Research has established that a placebo, as long as the subject believes in the effect, can provoke a positive physiological
He woke
reaction.
up not long ago as a vampire and doesn't
That's
know
fascinating. And you want me to, what, administer the placebo and see what occurs?
Something like that, yes.
Well, I'm a bit surprised, but I trust you, Dr. Reed. Please take the key to my cabinet and put this placebo there for future use.
why. His face is all screwed. Ooh, key to the
Goodbye,
doctor's
Dr.
office.
Strickland.
Nice. I don't know where that takes me, but no. Yeah, so he woke up in a mass grave without any word on how he got there. He was there. And, he woke up and killed his sister.
No one's concerned about his weird face. Look at his weird face. He's got like weird line. He's all weird.
He got a busted nose. An eye.
He's a very handsome boy.
Vampire, you can see him.
Kind of. Oh, God.
Yeah, the mirror is kind of cramped. Can see him.
How do I bite people?
You're just gonna go around biting people?
No. I feel like...
Sweet girl. Reads me like a book. I'll never could keep it.
Can I eat this person?
No. Why do you want to eat everyone?
Good evening, Dr. Reed. Such a pleasure to see you again.
Nah. How do I fight?
Goodbye, Mr. Chidana.
You gotta go out and find things.
Ever played Vampire Masquerade? I've heard of that. I've never played it.
Doesn't Matt Mercer?
Feel like yes?
I'm sorry you ended up on
Trash
my
can.
plain
Get that
and
trash
cold
can.
medical bench, sir.
What?
Yeah,
I understand you
right?
must be very angry about this unfair situation. I managed to arrange to have you buried in the same mass grave as your wife. I hope that might help.
Oh, Rakesh is talking to someone. I got a small bag of junk.
Hi.
Dracula. God, your mouse is awful.
Is Vampire Masquerade different from Vampire the Masquerade?
It's locked, all right.
It's locked, all right. Guy moaning about pain. Doctor's office? Doctor's office?
It's locked, all right.
It's locked, all right. Oh, I don't talk to that. You have an office?
Oh yeah, it might be the one. Hey.
Yes. Stealing all your shit.
It's locked.
I also. That's good. Self-burn.
You must read it.
Patient Mortimer Goldswick, male, age 23, followed by Dr. Ackroyd. Status: convalescence. Date of admission: 27th October. Date of release: to be determined. The patient shows many signs of extreme fatigue and major sores on the throat, mouth, and tongue, but no signs of flu. Refuses to speak, claims it's too painful. Needs rest and healing of throat mucous membrane before any decision can be made concerning his release? Question mark. Ooh, look at this guy. He's not infected with the Spanish flu. Mortimer.
Good. Is that what you just...
These cookies aren't that good.
I like them.
Like anything I bake.
It's locked, all right. It's locked.
Anytime I'm gonna try to open something that's locked, I'm gonna start saying that. It's locked, all right. Wasn't I supposed to put something somewhere?
Yeah.
Put the missing medication in the doctor's office, maybe. Set it. And forget it.
Oh.
No. I like the little grabby hands, like. Pembroke Hospital, 14th October. Dear Dr. Swansea. Swansea? Despite the actual urgency of the sanitary situation, I must inform you of a recent case of professional misconduct inside the Pembroke. Nurse Gwyneth Brannigan has been found guilty of undeniable unprofessional conduct and thus guilty of endangering a patient. Under no circumstances should a nurse diagnose and establish a prescription without at least informing the referent doctor about her conclusion. You know me, Edgar. I'm not against personal initiative when it's for the interest of all, especially during a crisis like the one we are facing. But we can't allow a nurse to perform a diagnosis and decide on a procedure to apply to a patient. The fact that the said patient survived is no attenuating circumstance. It just means we dodged the bullet this time. I demand the strictest authority on this. Sound like an ass.
He is.
Ooh, over. Is that a lady nurse?
Yes.
Why does she have the exact same face as this doctor? It's the exact same face.
It does look very similar.
They're twins, you see. Look at them.
Got a little bit more of a chin.
Barely. They're like, no one will notice. We'll just give him more of a chin.
Ooh, there's money on the desk. That pile of shiny coins.
Look at the little grabby hand. 5 shillings for your troubles.
There's a chest at the front.
It's locked, all right.
It's locked, all right.
Oh, it's
locked.
Duh.
I am also just a floating head with a little grabby
At
hand.
least Strickland can't kill anyone with this formula.
Investigation succeeded. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so bad at... Right. You want me to read all the notes from now on? Cody's a lot better at doing it professionally. I'm just a big goofball. 2 sleeper voice actors. Thank you. Cookies. They're, butterscotch, chocolate chip, and I usually, like, almost undercook them a bit, so they're kind of, chewy.
Raw.
Chewy. But I cooked them a little more. Cody thinks they're raw.
Chewy. Soft.
Soft. Less cakey. They're cakey.
I love a good cake. Give me one of them, like, cake donuts. Oh, heaven. Okay, so press I. And...
oh.
Up on the top, you see the other float.
Look at this man's...
That's Oswald Thatcher.
Oswald Cobblepot.
The last one that we have to do is Thelma's. Click on the head.
What head?
Back into floating head. Click on the other floating. Her head. Oh. F. There you go. Now it's trying. Literally have a budget of eating cookie dough once a month.
I ate so much cookie dough that I made myself sick.
Yeah, that's called salmonella.
That is not... You only get salmonella from salmon.
No, that's salmon Nutella.
It's probably also the uncooked flour. Where am I going?
Downstairs.
Ah, Jesus.
Turns on a dime.
Cody.
Out the front door.
Cody.
Cody. That's me.
What?
Dead ahead. On the other.
Dead it.
Yes, Knightley. What can I do for you?
A warning on the tub, but I don't get... I feel like, so... Growing up...
It's the same mass grave as your wife. I hope
growing up, we always had cookie dough. Like, always. Raw. And my cousins never did, and one day they got some and got just violently ill. So I think we're just immune to it. Enter at your own risk. Okay. Could do this.
You wanted combat.
Something's hissing at me, or screaming. Darius.
You never had, like, chocolate chip cookie dough ice cream?
Some people aren't allowed. There's something just making awful noises. Some people aren't allowed to.
Take over?
Yeah.
Okay.
Another redeem and I'll do it.
Could pull up the stream and still chat with people. Oh, okay. To the citizens of London. Curfew. Curfew. Official health warning. Curfew will be sounded at 9 p.m. by the church bells. All citizens must keep off the streets from that time until 5 a.m. Until further notice, a citywide curfew had been implemented. It is imperative that you wear your mask to prevent the spread of infection. If any member of your household becomes ill, inform the authorities immediately. Due to the curfew, not opened after 9 p.m. Wow. So you're telling me back in 1916 when the Spanish influenza hit, people still didn't wear their masks? Shadow says he can't redeem for 43 more minutes. Oh god, this guy's level 18? He just straight up one-shot me! Oh. You had cookie dough ice cream, but not actual plain cookie dough outside of baking things? Oh. Well, alright then. We'll just ignore that screaming guy.
You're mine, vermin! Don't like that, do ya? I'll kill it!
Alright. I am not digging the used Liston knife, so we are going to switch back. We're gonna switch back to this. Oh my god, the targeting is really screwing with me. The fact that targeting is sliding your mouse around is rough. Okay. Does tab do anything? Can I just switch it to tab? Oh, that opens character menu. Does R do anything? Can I make it R? I have not played Legends of Arceus, no. Oh, R is mesmerize details. F is something. Is X something? Can I make it X? X doesn't look to be anything. X. I'm gonna go period. Perfect. There, now I can swivel the camera around without switching targets every single time. It's literally the best Pokemon game in years. I've heard a lot of people are really enjoying it. I haven't really looked much into it myself. I was gonna give it a little bit for people to say what they think of it. The combat's okay for the most part.
See it, fancy clothes! This one's a top!
Like I said though, it's just rough when your mouse is the thing that swaps between things for you. Oh. Give me health, give me blood.
I'll kill it!
Alright, that's one down.
That's got
Big fucking beast!
You use the handheld version with the Switch, and that's been fine? Ooh. I think he was talking about Vampyr is better with controller, not Arceus. Thankfully, as far as you know, dying in this game has no penalty. Well, that is comforting. Yeah, I haven't seen any penalty. It doesn't seem like anything bad happens. It's just kind of like, oh, you died. Time to restart. Good luck this time, buddy. Which I am 100% okay with. Death penalties are not always fun. You've never enjoyed catching Pokemon that you'd never use like you do in this game? You've always been the type to catch what you can, bond with it, and that's it? Oh. See, I recently picked up Pearl and was playing that, and I mean, I played it for like probably 16 hours or so over the course of a couple days, and just really quickly got burnt out on it because of how repetitive those games are. I forgot how much just click, click, click through dialogue it is. Not sure how much you just missed because you got a phone call. I died a couple times, and then I killed some people that killed me, so not too much. It would suck if, like, dying advanced the time and affected diseases and such. Yes. Oh, that would super suck. I would not be happy with that in the least. I think I just stun-locked that guy. That was great. Pearl or Shining Pearl? Sorry, Shining Pearl. I'm referring to it as Pearl because it's the only new Pearl version of Pokemon. Original Pearl released back in, like, was it 2007? 2008? On the DS? As someone who loved the Gen 4 games, the remakes were really disappointing. I literally got a Switch in anticipation for the remakes years ago. They gutted so much fun out of it, especially with the Underground. I felt like they added a lot more to the Underground from what I remember. Did they really gut stuff out of the Underground this time around?
Best stay back, sir. Watch yourselves! There's one of them!
Okay, why would... It's still just switching targets. Whenever I move my mouse down, it'll just randomly switch targets.
Oh, Christ!
There we go. Got them all. Wow, they don't give much in the way of experience, do they? That's a little disappointing. They added the Pokemon areas, which was cool, but before you could bury gems to make them grow, make traps for your friends to go on that could slide them wherever you want, like a Team Rocket base. And the bases let you have actual furniture instead of just statues. You could even play capture the flag by stealing the flag from your friend's base. Oh, they took that out? I thought, because I remember them talking about still, like, in the game, they mentioned getting furniture for your underground base. And I was like, oh, weird. All I found so far are statues. Where's this furniture they're talking about? I vaguely remember the traps, but I do remember getting to play Capture the Flag, or Capture the Gem, I think is what it was. Oh, hello. Wow, that guy was so much easier this time around. Lord, that was great.
I cannot enter.
It's actually another form of vampire. Believe it or not. Yeah, the statues are it. That is lame. They definitely made a poor change there. It would have been nice to have a little bit more multiplayer stuff to do. Because what's the point of having a secret base then? It's a subspecies of vampire. Yeah, yeah. Also, no backstab animation. Well, I mean, this isn't Dark Souls. If we want Vampire Hunter in Dark Souls, I'll just play Bloodborne.
This is not a place for you, sir. Didn't you hear me? Stay close, keep an eye on each other.
Next time you find a hideout, you should see if you can upgrade your weapon. I was missing some of the materials. I just couldn't remember which materials I was missing. Because I did look at that when I was in the hospital.
This is no place for a gentleman.
Okay.
Go on, off you trot.
See, I thought that they would always be hostile to me, but they're not. I think I just end up alerting them first. Which is interesting. To their credit, the Elite Four were really challenging, and I love their fights. I haven't even gotten to them yet. I stopped, like, on the 6th, or after the 6th gym leader. Plus, it was the most fun team you've had in ages. Your Luxray was the biggest MVP to ever MVP since the beginning. And Gastrodon is a friend-shaped slug boy that everyone deserves to have on their team at least once. Is he the fiery slug you get from the underground? Yes, I do remember that my vampire senses can tell me their level. Let's see if I can upgrade. I'm missing common handle parts to get the next damage upgrade. No, he's the water-ground lapras-shaped boy with Viking horns? I know who you're talking about, but I feel like I don't have him. Alright, we'll upgrade the steak because that's what I've been rocking right now. He's got a very cute cry. Oh!
Stupid fucking beast!
Yeah, it sounded... Oh my god.
All of you bloody leeches need...
I can't touch my mouse at all. Otherwise, it swaps. Which makes it very difficult. Rebound it. I rebound it. Why is it still swapping? There's not something else that I missed. I don't know why it keeps doing that. It's so weird. Did it keep my upgrade at least? It did. Okay. He's a tanky blob with only one weakness and has the hidden ability to give you serotonin from existing. Aw. Yeah, it's still doing it. Oh, that's so frustrating.
He's done for! Fuck his boss!
All right, Buckaroo, you're next. That felt satisfying. Far more satisfying than the last round. The last round where I just got tossed around like a rag doll. Crazy. Let's see. In Pearl, I had Empoleon as my number 1. He's my main dude. Love my penguin boy. I had, I think Luxray. That's the lightning cat dog creature. Like lightning lion. I think levels up from Shinx, if I remember right. I have a Gyarados, and I think I have a Graveler, and I don't remember what my other one is. I'd have to pull it out and see again. I thought about streaming it, but I decided that I just wanted to relive my childhood and play through it myself. Penguin Boy is a good boy, and everyone loves Luxray. Yeah, he's the best cat Pokemon. You don't have Graveler often. I needed a rock type, I think, with some of the people I was going up against. I was just like, I have a Geodude that I can evolve. So I just leveled up Geodude because he had some rockin' skills, some rockin' abilities. You thought about it too, but just wanted to enjoy it. Yeah, sometimes that's what we need to do. Also, I don't know how enjoyable watching me play Pokemon would be, because I mean, it's so easy. Honestly, Empoleon, the third evolution of Piplup, who is the penguin Pokemon, just blasts through everything. Pretty much like everything he came across, like Hydro Beam or whatever it's called, dead, gone, easy. One shot or two shot everything. There's a sad animation about Luxray that you think about when he's brought up, but he's the best kitty. What sad animation? Apparently there's an option for auto lock on in the settings. With how the targeting is, it might just be better not to lock on. Interesting. I wonder if I can turn that off, the auto lock on. You literally avoided trainers to not be overleveled. The Elite Four are a very fun challenge. I'm probably very overleveled then. I think my Piplup is in the 50s, maybe getting close to 60, and I'm on, I think, badge 7, gem 7 is where I'm headed. Mr. Bates must stop. For months, for years maybe, Cottigan Bates has exploited us. Mr. Bates must stop. If we had more money or proper jobs, we would never rent any of his extortionate flats. Mr. Bates must stop. We all know what revolting solution he proposes to the women who can't pay the weekly rent. Mr. Bates must stop. Let's meet him together soon and demand for an immediate change. Open that up and play it later. Not on stream, so as not to get copywritten. Man, could you imagine having to live in an apartment building with a bunch of other people where you have a bunk bed and no, like, actual personal space?
Touch me with your disgusting hands! Help! Some damn strangers are attacking me!
Feel free to cry in your DMs later. All right, I will.
Get away from me! Don't touch me with your disgusting hands!
It's this guy. I hate this guy.
Help! The damn strangers are attacking me!
Got him. All right, let's check those settings real quick. Auto lock on off. See, the weird part was it was only ever happening when I moved my mouse down. So I thought it was just like switching despite me rebinding it, but maybe it was the auto lock in. So thank you for that advice, Shadow. I really appreciate it. Look, I'm not here to really care about you extortionate landlord.
This is Braille.
An unreadable
I need
text
someone who can read this.
written in Braille alphabet with just the title in Roman alphabet. Cure for blindness. Oh, is he blind? I think he must be blind.
What happened? Who are you?
It's all right, sir. You're safe now.
Oh, that's not the full
Fellow
animation?
Englishman.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. For a moment, I thought those bloody heathens had killed me.
What are you doing here? This place is not safe.
Yeah, it's a cesspool, but it's mine. I came to collect some overdue rent, but those who still live here have gone completely bonkers.
You're very lucky to be alive.
Yeah, filthy immigrants. Fucking savages, every one of them. And now with this bloody fever, they're just animals.
You can find safety of sorts in Whitechapel. If you're quick and cautious, you'll be able to avoid the savages.
Oh yeah, I can imagine many people would. I keep meaning to test out the big picture mode thing, and I just keep forgetting. I've been busy with work and other things that I just... Every time it's like, oh, I gotta stream in 15 minutes, and I boot up the stream and get stuff ready and then completely forget about the rest of it. But otherwise, the keyboard and mouse controls aren't that rough. Hi, Toka. Oh, the cat's out. Lauren, are you out of the bathroom? Well, when you are ready, could you get the cat? Wonderful. All right, Waddles, we're getting you the cat. What even am I doing right now? Rescued him. Occult Oculus. Find someone who can read Braille. Alphabet 1 of 4. Oh. And here... So track that. And then we'll track that other one. Oh, okay, so it's right where I need to be, too. Yes, we are getting the cat shortly, so. Oh, that's interesting. Twitch, maybe it's not Twitch, maybe it's, Streamlabs. Oh, yeah, or Stream Elements. Stream Elements gives me a preview of the link. Here's the kitty.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You moved her when she was about to
You don't
nuzzle me.
Oh. Like, I don't want to pick up the cat because she's all furry. Cat.
Yeah, well, her hair would get all over my clothes. These are fresh clothes. Meow, 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 meow.
Who's a good kitty? Hi.
Cat.
Yes, now you know I didn't want to pick her up. She needs a brushing.
I brushed her twice.
No, they can't.
Bed.
She needs, like, a blowout. She needs a leaf blower. Straight up. Nope, that's the wrong scene. There we go. I am allergic to cats, yes, which is why I did not want to pick her up, and why I asked Lauren to pick her up.
He's more. Brush the lips, boys.
Thank you. Ooh, Nightly, have you played any of Pokemon Unite? Yeah, here you are just nuzzling her like no big deal. I can easily wash my face. It's more of a pain to have to change my clothes. Oh yeah, it was that auto lock on that was doing it. Thank you, Shadow. Yeah, used to stream it a lot. You mained Garchomp. Ooh. I didn't, I've only seen like a handful of people actually stream and play it, but I've been doing just like the casual stuff every now and again. And I don't know if maybe I am playing against a lot of children in the casual stuff and I need to move to ranked or what. But I just completely destroy. It's crazy. Like, I don't think I've played a game where I haven't had under, like, over double the points of what my team has, and where I do, like, 70% of the points gained, and usually 50+% of the damage done, and stuff like that. I need to try ranked. I feel like ranked would probably be better. I've been maining Flame Talon. Yep, that's exactly what you have to do. You're in rank 2. Ah, okay. So the casual one is really just not filled with people who understand the game that well. I gotcha. Unfortunately, that also means you get kids on your team too. In ranked, yeah. Well, I mean, it is a kids game, so I'd expect to get a lot of kids. And I figured that's probably why I was doing so good, is because I was playing against a bunch of kids.
Die, vermin!
Talonflame has been a lot of fun. Used Prywin steak. I love a good used steak. 17. Yeah, level 17, and I dispatched him like no issue. But that other vampire thing, I could not kill, the skull. You believe you got to expert before you stopped playing? What's expert? Is expert like a specific kind of rank, or is that a level? 2nd of November, from Scott Lewis Cagney to Mr. Jeffrey McCullum. Object, Pembroke Hospital. Survey, vampire activity. The third rank up. Because there's like trainer levels. And I think I'm level like 7 or 8 right now. How does the new state compare? I'll have to look at it in a second. Sir, having observed the Pembroke Hospital for 2 weeks now, and we can confirm vampire activity there. First, we now have proof of the presence of a female leech inside the hospital. The beast is clever. She acts like a mental patient to hide her true unholy condition. I personally sneaked inside the hospital and heard the creature whining about her need for blood since her body is decaying. But it gets worse. The administrator of Pembroke Hospital is Dr. Swansea. According to our team leader, Amanda Tilton, who died yesterday in a fight against a scow by the canal, he may be a member of the Brotherhood of St. Paul. If that's true, then there may be something big going on at the Pembroke. Maybe even a nest of vampires? Protected by those bloody traitors of the Stole? We don't know what to do, but we are convinced you better come quickly with reinforcements and heavy gear. It's like beginner, great, expert, veteran, ultra, master. Oh. Maybe that's a ranked thing. I haven't touched that at all. My trainer level's the only thing that's gone up. Unless maybe they've changed things since you last played. New steak. Common steak. Details. Oh, this one can level up to level 5. That's pretty cool. All right, all right. We'll swap to that shortly then. Yeah, they are very bad at their job. But you got to remember Lady Ashbury or whoever that is a vampire is there, so they probably think she's the one doing all the killing. Thelma, that is, instead of Lady Ashbury. Gotcha. Yeah, we need to try rank. Oh, it has 15 base stun versus 10. Oh, I didn't see that. Oh, I see. I see. I was looking at the wrong thing when I was looking at it. This is the level 18 guy. Let's see if I can take him out. Just get him in a corner. Hey! Nice. That's doing nothing, even your claws. Yeah, I mean, he's double my rank, double my level, I think. Concerning the recruitment of the wet boys in Whitechapel, I think we found one. Albie. He's as stupid as a stool, but tough. I asked him to prove to me he could get some drugs for the black market. He delivered quickly and nicely. Next time we meet, I'll tell him he's accepted as a wet boot boy, and he must now meet the bosses to get his orders. Ooh, Albert Palmer. Always more people here. Oh, he's sick but unknown. He's got a cold. Cottigan Bates. Oh, there's someone else that I can talk to. Alright, let's see if I can track this. Wow, there's so much to this place. There's a shopkeep here? Did I run into that shopkeep? I don't remember running into the shopkeep here, but there supposedly is one.
It ain't human! Kill it!
Alright, please stop hitting me.
Its head!
Yeah, rat swarms near hideouts. There is a hideout nearby. Actually, I think it's in this area.
Filthy piece of shit!
Oh, maybe that's what it is. Maybe it's not a shopkeep, but it's a hideout. I'm silly. I gotcha. But yeah, it's up here. Yeah, this is what I'm looking for. Alrighty, let's see. Can I upgrade this Prywin steak? I can. Yeah, 23 stun. Perfect. So we want to equip that. Excellent. I wonder if I can upgrade my hacksaw yet. No, I'm still missing common handles. So that's what I need to look for when I talk to people to buy stuff, are common handles. Alright, so then if I keep going this way and then make a right up here. Was it across the bridge? No, it's a right down this way. I have 920 XP. Not too much. Not enough to warrant sleeping right now, anyway.
You're so fucking fast!
Yeah, combat has not been giving much. Like, I went from 905 to 920 after defeating those last people. These guys gave me 15 experience as well. Wonder how much this guy will give me. Yeah, they really do want you to feed. Fortunately, it seems like people respawn, so you can kind of farm stuff, but it's definitely not worth it. So 935, that guy gave me 5 experience. I went from 935 to 940.
Don't forget, check every roof, every door.
Oh, right, there were these guys that I didn't really go past. I just turned around up here.
Leave spade! Watch out! We have to stop him!
Oh, I got some... Oh! I got a lot of boys on me now. Breath of the Pokemon, is that what you call it? Oh, I didn't realize my health was so low. Move to bed, now you're playing, or listening while playing Breath of the Pokemon. Is it that open world? I heard that it was really empty. Like, for being open world, I heard that it was really empty. Is there a lot to do? Sometimes, other times, you call it Game of the Year. I mean, it's Pokemon. It's gonna get such a good reception. Yes? Good night. Well, one beard hair to the hundreds I've... Funny how that happens.
Watch yourselves!
Oh, you can't feed for a little bit after that. Maybe it's me, but you feel like Pokemon is overhyped. It's definitely one of those games that gets sometimes too much attention. Like, it's a good game. It's a good genre. It's earned its title. It's a classic. It's nostalgic. It's fun. But I agree. It does get, like, super hyped up. I'm glad that they're doing something new with Arceus, though. I'm super glad they're doing something new with Arceus because that really flips the script. Yeah, it is a bit, but you don't mind too much. It's segmented into maps, so those get tougher with a bunch of Pokemon that want to end you. Oh. Legends of Arceus is empty, but it's supposed to be empty. It's populated with Pokemon and materials. Pokemon is a lifelong passion for me. It helped make you who you are. Last few years, you've been on the decline, and now Pokemon's gonna help you get on the incline. Yeah, I didn't know if there was gonna be, like, any side quests or things that you can do, which is typical of an open world game, you know?
See them fancy clothes? This one's a top with me. The power of the Lord combines you.
Let me feed off the Reverend here for a second. Oh, Pokemon itself has been on the decline. Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, with the disgrace that Shining Pearl and Brilliant Diamond was when it came to, like, bringing stuff to the game. Like, literally all it was a rehash of the old stuff, and even then people were like, this sucks. He can hit me on the backswing? Oh, there's tons of side quests, and they're usually pretty cute, all about making people fear Pokemon less and making the town actually grow. Oh, I get experience for dying, apparently.
Watch yourselves! There's one of them!
Well, I'm trying to do the side quest here.
That's too strong!
Which would hopefully get me some experience, so that way I'm not as squishy. Ooh, would you like to know more? Guard the freedom of us all. Join the Royal Fleet today. Running is an option instead of, like, fighting every enemy. I mean, part of this game is also the combat. It's not just inquiring about people.
There's one of them! Watch yourselves! Back to the shadows! Shit, that leech is...
Oh, that drains my blood, too. Ow.
Away with you!
Yeah, that drains my blood and my stamina. That's why that's so rough. All right, Reverend
This
Kane.
man stunned me with his faith. His crucifix. This is not good news.
Hey, got it though. They made it canon that vampires are beings of the devil, you guess? I don't know if it's necessarily beings of the devil or if it's something about... I mean, I guess we'll see. Because I think like in Castlevania, it's not the religion that gets them, but it's like the shape of the cross that affects them. It'd be funny if his holy blood was poison. That would be downright terrible.
Whitechapel. This neighborhood is linked somehow to the kind Lady Ashbury's blackmail. First, let's find this Petrescu fellow.
Yo, I wanna look at this. A small flower bouquet with a voucher for a free medical checkup hidden between the flowers. Yeah, I don't want holy blood as a poison. No, thank you. That sounds downright awful. Wait, did those guys respawn? No, okay. I should be walking around with my vampire senses a little more, huh? Hey, I'm at 1200 XP. I got like 200 or 300 for killing that guy.
Turn around, sir.
Okay. Not gonna let me jump up there super quick like. Ugh. What's over here? Oh, there's a placard on the door. Oh, it's just quarantine. Okay. Oh, good. Ow! Stop that. That's rude. You kind of don't like that being a good guy in this game automatically makes it hard mode? Yeah, I'm not a fan of it either, that they're like, hey, if you don't feed on someone. But I mean, they do kind of give you the option to feed on some terrible people, like Clay Cox or Edwina or any of those fellas. I could totally feed on and probably feel pretty remorseless. All right, let's see if there's someone that I can trade with here, like this chick.
Good evening, miss. I'm Dr. Reed. I'd like to ask you a few questions.
Oh.
I know what you're thinking.
Is she mute?
A tall stranger who meets a girl in the street at night. It reeks of the penny dreadfuls. But I mean you no harm, truly.
1,000 gets me one of my starting skills.
I know you understand what I'm saying. Your silence has nothing to do with you being mute, does it? Camellia, I know you work for Dorothy Crane. Please tell me about her secret dispensary. A stubborn and mute comrade. Nurse Crane and Darius Petrescu have been clever.
I mean, you no harm, says the vampire, right?
Very well. Goodbye, then.
Actually, wait. Can I medically examine you? She's healthy.
You don't seem to need my medical.
And she's super tough. Okay. Super
Very
tough
well.
to convince on anything. Question mark? Your silence has nothing to do with you being mute? Sir, you can't just ask people if they're mute. I mean, that cross isn't doing anything to me. Are you a shopkeep? Are you Milton?
Excuse me, sir. Are you familiar with this part of town? Name's Clayton Darby, reporter.
Sorry, I'm new to Whitechapel. But perhaps you could help me since you're a journalist. My name is Jonathan Reed.
Dr. Reed, the famous surgeon. I'll gladly help if I'm able, sir.
All right, let's learn some stuff.
Why are the newspapers keeping silent about the Spanish influenza? It's as though none of you care.
There's a war going on. People shouldn't be demoralized by news of deadly diseases.
I probably should have been paying attention to what he said. There's a war going on. People shouldn't be something about deadly diseases. Did anyone else catch it? Am I just out of luck? Shouldn't be fearful of deadly diseases or something? Ah. Profiting off of it.
It's a disgrace. People are left to die alone. No one is properly informed of the risks.
These are bad times indeed. So much for the glorious British Empire.
Did Britain really get hit by the Spanish flu during World War I?
What is a journalist doing in this borough after sunset?
He goes where none of his colleagues would dare to go, to inform the country.
So you risk your life to reveal the truth. I saw many reporters do the same during the war.
Whitechapel is the crucible of so many untold stories and tragedies. I want people to know them.
That's quite honorable of you. But is the public interested?
Not at all, sir. And that's why I'm an independent journalist, hoping to sell some stories.
Have you any idea of the danger you face in these streets at night?
I've had to run and hide more than once from frenzied mobs incensed by the fever. Do you think the flu is really responsible for this, Doctor?
I'm convinced there is more at work here than a simple epidemic.
Really? To be honest, I could say the same. Some of the sick I saw or heard of. My God, what happened to them?
Goodbye, Mr. Darby. Farewell.
Interesting. It's the Vampyrs. 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 Is that a priest?
You are blinded by your false faith.
It is a priest.
Imprisoned by your daily...
Hello, Father.
Forgive my interruption.
Do not apologize, my son. Father Tobias Whitaker is always happy to teach mortals about the incoming Armageddon.
I am Dr. Jonathan Reed, and I just have a few questions.
A scientist?
Ooh.
You are much more lost than I thought, my son.
Great. So he thinks that as being a scientist... Oh.
What do you mean when you say that I am more lost than you thought?
All scientists are entangled in a world of causes and consequences. and most of them can't see the plain truth.
Quite a judgmental opinion, if you ask me. But what do I know? Blinded by science as I am.
But you are seeking answers, aren't you? Answers about the Armageddon about to strike the city. Answers about the hidden truth.
Honestly, the church from those days is kind of reminding me of the church from these current days. And coming from a Christian, myself, church is not in good shape.
Well, I suppose I can spare a few minutes listening to your so-called truth.
As a doctor, you must be aware of the decimating epidemic. But let me tell you that this so-called Spanish flu is just the beginning of the end.
What do you mean?
The beast is finally revealing itself, corrupting the flesh and the heart of men. With my own eyes I have seen them, those minions from the abyss.
Really? And what would be your answer to this biblical threat?
We must fight the disease before this legion outnumbers us. But not with scalpels and microscopes. No.
What is left then?
Cleansing fire.
Yeah, they want to go completely nuclear. Sam, you're not religious, but you're somewhat spiritual. Honestly, not a fan of church these days either, but then you've never been religious. Yeah. I mean, I was born, raised, grew up in a church. Most people are very surprised when I tell them that I went to a Pentecostal church, and a lot of people think I'm crazy because apparently Pentecostals are super crazy. I've always known Baptists to be more on the bonkers end, but apparently Pentecostal is bonkers. It's certain denominations of Christianity, like you've got Catholic Christianity or Catholicism. You've got Pentecostal, Methodist, Lutheran, Baptist, and I'm sure there's more that I don't remember. You saw a report on the news yesterday that the Baptist Church is putting forth a motion to ban all members of the LGBTQ community. Oh yeah, Baptists hate anything like that. They're also super sexist, and they're probably very racist. We went to a Baptist church when I was real young, and my mom was part of the worship team, the music team, and the director of the music team ended up leaving or quitting or something like that, and they refused to give her the position, even though she basically ran it every single Sunday. She helped with the practices. She got everyone together, and they just completely ignored her. So we left. Now, I'm not saying that all people who are Baptist are like that, but from what I have experienced, the Baptist church as a whole adheres to those practices and beliefs. And it's also deeply rooted in the South, which a lot of these problems are coming from the South. Yeah, I don't understand. Like, I get that in Christianity, a lot of Christianity, not all of Christianity and not all people, but the core taught belief, and that's the key word, taught, by most churches, is that anyone of the LGBTQ spectrum is sinful. It's neither here nor there to me whether or not it's sinful. The fact that they ban people from churches who are that way, but they'll accept adulterers, murderers, rapists, child molesters, thieves, liars, people who have had sex out of marriage, people who have had babies out of wedlock. And the fact that another core teaching in Christianity is that everyone is a sinner. At no point are you not a sinner. Even when you become saved and you are born again in Christianity, which, if those words sound really weird and don't mean anything to you, we can go into that another time if you think, but if you want to. But essentially, becoming saved means that you have come to God, and you believe that God will absolve you of your sins. But that doesn't happen until you die, technically. Catholicism and a lot of Christianity will say, like, okay, you're absolved of your current sins, go and walk in the Lord, which basically means, you know, go and do no more sinful things. But we as a sinful being, as we were created, or turned ourselves into, we will most certainly go and sin again. And that's why Catholicism believes in, like, confessions. That's why you confess to a priest, the priest confesses to their, like, bishops and so on and so forth, all the way up to the Pope, and the Pope confesses to God. If I remember right, that's how that works. In Christianity, it's different. You just talk to God directly. You pray and ask God to forgive you, and that is supposed to be your absolution of the sins that you have committed, but that does not mean that you will never commit sins again, or that you are wholly clean from then on and then forward. And that's something that Christianity forgets a lot, is in their belief of everyone being sinful and needing to be absolved of those sins, you have to constantly absolve yourself. You have to constantly not do crappy things. But that is exactly what most of these people do, are crappy things, and then they're like, this is where they get that holier than thou attitude. And it's disgusting. Downright disgusting. So anytime I hear about a church saying, you know what, we're accepting of everyone, it doesn't matter what your race is, your nationality, or your sexual orientation, it doesn't matter if you come here with a significant other that is also the same sex, and they still accept them. Because that's what they should be doing. It should not be a club that you can get banned from because you sinned. You are supposed to be going to church and learning about God to help you continue living in a life without sin, even if you continue to sin. Anyway, that's my rant on the church and how it's super messed up and super backwards, and people are dumb. People are dumb. Humans are terrible to each other.
Tell me, Tobias, what exactly is your plan concerning the cleansing of this city?
God will recognize his own. More than once this city has risen from the ashes, hardened and purified by the flames.
Purification by fire has proved useful, but where do you stop? Burn the clothes? The buildings? The corpses? Worse?
Your lack of faith is predictable. But my task is to convince rational minds like yours to see the light. This is God's will.
You're mad and dangerous. You're nothing but a soulless butcher. A small-time Torquemada. The Savonarola of Whitechapel.
My son, if you think salvation is a free gift, go listen to the lies of that pompous fool, Joseph.
Joseph, a fool?
Vicar Larrabee of St. Mary's Church. While he continues preaching his fraudulent redemption, more and more people die in the streets.
What have we learned? Tobias wants to cleanse the epidemic by fire, and Tobias believes that the Vicar of St. Mary's Church, Joseph Larrabee, is preaching a false faith. So I'm totally going to feast on this guy. It's heartbreakingly true how terrible humans can be to each other. 100%. Absolutely. And this whole pandemic, the past 2 years, 3 years almost. 3 years? Yeah, 3 years. It's just, I hate people. I am so burned out. I am so just saddened. I am like, I was scrolling through Reddit the other day and was just seeing horrible thing after horrible thing after horrible thing. I was like, I can't keep looking at this. And I had to turn it off, and I think I just turned on some YouTube and just tried to forget for a minute. New stream idea, Drilly Rants. I could do it. I could do a Drilly Rants. I'm good at doing rants on certain things that I am relatively knowledgeable and passionate about. That's one thing that bugged you about certain religions, when terrible things happen and people just say, oh, it's all part of God's plan. Me too. You uninstalled Reddit because of it. I don't blame you. I do not blame you. I follow a few things that I really want to keep tabs on, so I probably won't get rid of Reddit right now, but I will try to be more careful of what I'm looking up. Big hugs for everyone. Big hugs for sure. See, here's my thing about God's plan. If God is truly omnipotent and omniscient, meaning all-powerful and all-knowing, and his plan is going to happen regardless, which is what I believe. I believe that the God that I follow is omnipotent and omniscient, and whatever he has planned is going to happen regardless of what I do or where I go or what happens. It's going to work out the way that he believes it's going to happen. That doesn't mean that specific minor events are his plan. I do not believe that God lets bad things happen to people for a purpose. And I cannot explain why he lets things happen if he's all powerful. That's not something I'm equipped to explain. It's something I have wondered and argued with about in my own mind and have tried to come to terms with and understand. And all I can do is try to make the world a better place as best as I can. I'm never going to go to someone and say, yeah, the reason why you lost your child is because it's all part of God's plan. So, you know, cheer up and do better. It's going to be, I don't know why God let this happen, and I cannot blame you if you're angry at him. But I'm going to be here. I'm going to be your friend. I'm going to, you know, help you overcome this in whatever way you need to. And I'm just going to try and make the world a better place. Because bad stuff happens, and it sucks.
What do you mean? Quite a... I am. But the answers I seek are based on facts, not superstition.
You refuse to believe that God would actually put genuinely good people in hell just because they followed a different faith or had a different path entirely? I agree with you. There's honestly a part of me that believes that, you know, when we get to heaven, whatever God is there, I basically believe that because all of our religions are so similar, or a majority of them, there are some that are out there like Pastafarian. That one's really bizarre. Scientology. I'm not so sure about things like that. But again, if you do good, what's to stop God from, when you meet him at whatever the end is, to look at you and go, you did good, but you didn't believe in me. Do you believe in me now? Here I am before you. And if someone goes, well, yes. All right, well, welcome in. Like, why can't that happen? Why is it that death is the final marker for our ability to say, I'm sorry? You're not going to lie, you've been zoned out playing a game you're not quite sure what you just walked back into. Yeah, religious discussion. Just my own personal beliefs, really. You can hear an owl outside. So yeah, I agree with you, Knightley. Especially people who are genuinely remorseful. Like, it's hard for me to believe that if a serial killer who wanted nothing to do but to hurt people gets there and is like, all right, do you believe in God now? If they go yes, it's hard for me to believe that God would just be like, yeah, but you're kind of a terrible person. But I don't know. I'm not God. I wouldn't be able to make that choice. I am no omnipotent being that can do whatever he pleases.
Do you know Nurse Dorothy Crane from the Pembroke Hospital?
I have no idea.
I'd like to know more about her.
I don't like the liberal ideas of nurses, but I especially abhor that Nurse Crane you mentioned.
So, you're not exactly a fan of Florence Nightingale's work. But nurses are essential for modern healthcare.
Nuns should be the only women allowed to take care of male patients. It's obvious only they have the necessary moral fiber.
God, I really want to eat this guy.
Why do you hate Nurse Crane more than other nurses?
Before coming to London, she was a member of the communist resistance in our country. That's what happens when you let a woman get involved in politics.
Yeah, really want to eat this guy. If you're curious, Waddles, we were basically just talking about how what we are seeing represented here of the church back in 1916 during the Spanish influenza and around World War I is becoming very reminiscent of what we are currently seeing in today's world that is facing another pandemic. And just the mindset and the similarities and the lines that could be drawn between those two times, 100 years apart. I really want to eat this guy. And then I went on a rant about my own religious beliefs and how crazy things are, and just how like embarrassed and ashamed and upset I am with how people who proclaim to have my own faith are not acting as they should. That's kind of really what it was coming down to. Like, people are terrible, and then they're like, oh, but I'm Christian. And it's like, you might be Christian, but you're also a piece of crap.
Have you any friends? Any family left in these terrible times?
No. But I have a disciple I see as my son. He is so devoted. I sent him to preach the good word in the heart
Sean?
of this corrupted city.
Where did you send him?
I sent Samuel to the Stonebridge Cemetery, where the pestilence and evil grows night after night.
Okay, so you sent him to die.
You sent him on some preaching crusade during the epidemic.
As a true believer, Samuel will fear no evil while he walks through the valley of the shadow of death.
Yeah, see, exactly. Like, it is such a scary parallel to our current reality. Like, just listening to it, it's making, like, I am upset talking to this guy, and I cannot wait to get the rest of his dirty secrets, so that way I can eat him and get tons of experience.
You look so pale, my lord. Would you like me to revive you? Don't be shy, handsome. What can Christina do for you?
I'm not looking for what you're selling, but I'd like to ask you a few questions, if I may. I'm a doctor, Dr. Reed.
All right then, but be quick, though I usually get paid when I open my mouth.
Yikes. She has got fatigue and loss of blood, and she's familiar with Clayton Darby, so I need to heal her.
Christina, have you been examined? The epidemic is spreading fast in London, and you could be exposed, or expose others.
I don't like doctors or hospitals. but I don't like you asking questions.
Ooh, yikes.
Considering your line of work, I assure you it is only a matter of time before you have health issues.
If it is going to happen, it will happen. Right now, I need money. That's what's important.
You can put your own life in danger, that's your decision. But what about your clients? If you're contaminated, you will put them in
Interesting.
danger too.
And
Right
you think
behind
that
his
would
ear,
worry
you can
me?
see his veins.
If you knew the men I deal with, their health would not be what you'd worry about.
Clayton Darby claims he will expose the crisis in Whitechapel to all of London. Do you believe him?
I believe Clayton's courage will erode with time, until he finally leaves Whitechapel to start another fight somewhere else.
Let's see if we can get details.
Why this skepticism?
How can you speak
might be
about
story
starvation
progression.
if you've never been hungry? Or about poverty? Or anything else you have never suffered from?
Are you talking from experience?
I've seen your type come here to get a good fuck in a cheap room or a dark alley before going back to their fancy houses in the West End.
Dang. Tell me how it is, girl.
Tell me about yourself.
Are you joking with me? People don't usually come to see me for conversation.
I have no interest in your work. I am, however, curious as to what led you into this career.
Short story. The war, exile, and England. This country is not especially welcoming. I've been refused many jobs because of where I am from. I had few options left.
I do not judge you.
I always thought I was the master of my own fate. But now I know we don't always have control over our lives. I don't judge you.
You know, this money is not only for me. I have good reasons to need this money quickly, but it is not your concern, Doctor.
Do you know Nurse
That seemed like the right
Dorothy
answer.
Crane from the Pembroke Hospital? Anything you can tell me about her would be helpful.
I don't know her, but I know her name is Dorothea Crăciunescu. She came from Romania like me and many others.
You seem to respect her.
Dorothea helps the sick people of Whitechapel. Everyone should respect that.
Yeah, she surprisingly does. I don't know if maybe she's lucky or, you know, just hasn't been set on fire like that other guy that we came across.
Goodbye, miss. Take care of yourself as best you can.
Where is... It's like this way and down this way. Oh, there we go. Boom, bam.
It's locked.
Oh. But that's the hideout, is... Oh, maybe that's not the hideout. Maybe the hideout's over here? I don't think this is the hideout. Lot of blood, though. Egads. Oh, just some wet boot boat. No. Prywin. Just some Prywin. Kind of want to play this game for yourself at this point? You should. I think this game would definitely benefit itself better being a single player game where you can kind of just like do what you want as you want instead of watching someone else play through it. But I don't think playing through it and watching someone else play through it would hurt. Not like Outer Wilds. Outer Wilds is a game you should not watch someone else play if you like that type of game. Oh, maybe this is it. So I need fatigue. and cold. What else did I have? So you were cold. Albert Palmer. Oh, I'm looking in the wrong one. Okay. Fatigue. So 2 fatigues, a cold, and an unknown. There we go. Oh, and can I upgrade this yet? Nope. Need 3 more handles. Wow, I can hold a lot of ammo now, all of a sudden. Would it be better with a controller or mouse and keyboard? Probably better with a controller. It might be slightly easier to control, but mouse and keyboard really isn't that bad. The worst part is the auto lock on and the swapping. I would just rebind that from the mouse. Past that, I haven't had too many issues with it. I've been all right with it. Yeah, for sure. Oh.
Excuse me, sir.
Oh, you're short.
I have a few questions for you.
Another journalist? I didn't answer the first one, so piss off!
I'm not a journalist, I'm a doctor.
A doctor, you say? It's quite a rare breed in this part of town.
Really? But still, here I am. Dr. Jonathan Reed, at your service.
I'm Joe Peterson to some, but Colossus Joe to most. And I don't remember asking for your service, sir.
Can I offer you my medical expertise, Mr. Peterson?
The name is Colossus Joe. I don't get sick.
You got it, Colossus Joe. All right. You're not sick. You're good.
May I ask what you do around here?
I do whatever I want, and sometimes even more. Now sod off.
Outer Wilds it's not a good way to describe it as survival. It is an exploration narrative-driven mystery. That's in my opinion, that's the best way to do it. It's got a huge mystery wrapped up in it. You just explore stuff and you solve puzzles, and you uncover the story as you go. It's the best way I can describe it.
According to you, physicians
it's really
are
good,
scarce
though.
in this
Really
part of
good
town.
story. Great music.
Why is that?
Not
Fun
familiar
gameplay.
with this neighborhood, are you? I guess your fancy colleagues are too afraid of being stabbed in the back.
This part of town does have quite a reputation. Would you say it's justified?
Totally. Look at me, for instance. I always look my opponent in the eye before knocking him out.
You a boxer? I think he's a boxer.
Have you heard of a nurse named Dorothy Crane? She's a colleague of mine and is supposed to live around here.
Dorothy Crane? Yeah, I know her. One of the few good souls who dare to help the sick around here.
Could you please tell me more about her?
She's a nice girl. Tries to help the migrants. I offered to give her a hand, but she said my reputation would attract too much attention.
Alright, so nothing else here.
Goodbye, Mr. Peterson.
Thank you for the help, Mr. Peterson. Who you be?
Welcome, sir. Please take a browse of my wares.
I am Dr. Reed. I would like to ask you a few questions, if you don't mind.
Doctor? Interesting. I'm Barrett Lewis. Usually I don't have time to waste with talk, but at this hour of the night I can hardly refuse.
Yeah, I'm not sure if there is a good comparison for Outer Wilds, because it's not a combat-driven game at all. So there's not much in the sense of survival. Actually, in that show Being Human, you were talking about the vampire character is an orderly at a hospital, often has to grapple with seeing heavily bleeding patients. Ooh, that's rough, but also cool. Let's see if he has...
Show me what you have.
Those thingamabobs. Handles? Handles? You've got 2 handle parts. So all I need is 1 more.
Fancy buying some?
You never...
How
Do
you
you
doing?
need help?
I only need you to purchase something from my shop, sir.
All right, you are also healthy.
How is business around here?
Business? I have no business. Between this racket, theft, and customers getting scared, I'm losing money every day.
I see. Sounds like you blame someone in particular for your situation.
It's no secret Joe Peterson spends his time harassing merchants. But with me, he's trying to put me out of business once and for all.
What did you do to him?
As a merchant,
Barrett is in a tough financial situation because of Joe's extortion.
you see Whitechapel every day. Have you noticed anything out of the ordinary recently?
Well, you mean besides the epidemic, the war, and all the usual crap? As long as I can remember, this part of town has been a bottomless pit, and no sign of the bottom yet.
Okay, Subnautica is a good example. It's similar in vein to Subnautica that there's a mystery and you have to explore and discover like audio logs and stuff like that to advance the story. But there's a lot more puzzles and it's not quite in the same vein of like giant fish or anything. So think like Subnautica, but in space instead of Subnautica and in water. But it's definitely more story-driven than Subnautica was, in my opinion.
Violence is increasing in the borough.
Yeah. A few nights ago, some blokes jumped me. Came out of one of the condemned workshops. Fever, madness, something like that.
Where did this happen? Why did you go there?
In the closed workshops nearby. I worked there as an apprentice in better days. Now I only go to find trinkets or tools. Too bad I was mugged, though. There was good money in that little box of loot I lost.
Yeah, and I wouldn't even say that it's too much of a walking simulator because you're not ever just like going in a straight line. Maybe like Myst. Yeah, Myst could be a fun comparison, but not as puzzle heavy. Myst is a very puzzle heavy.
Have you been hurt?
No, but that's only because I ran like hell. Those men were raving lunatics, I tell you. Not even able to speak anymore, just screaming.
Okay, yeah. It is kind of survival-like, but they don't have a food or water meter. So it's not like you have to make sure you're eating or building a base or growing anything.
Have you heard of a nurse called Dorothy Crane?
Nurse Crane? So the bitch really is a nurse, then? Always thought she was just some crafty foreigner, that one.
Yes, she's a nurse, and quite a good one. What did she do to gain such notoriety?
Dorothy Crane ain't even a real name. Something like Dorothea Craniu. Something like that. Came to England fleeing the war, I was told.
That doesn't explain why she irritates you so much.
Your precious Nurse Crane gives away medical supplies and prescriptions for free. I offered to sell it for a fair cut, but no. Miss Crane wanted to play the quiet saint.
Yeah, so it's not a resource management type game. It's truly like puzzle solving, story discovering, and exploration. Like it's a lot of fun. It's after playing it, it's one of those games that I cannot recommend enough. If that is your type of game, if you like those sorts of things, super good. And it's a game that you could easily beat in a little bit of time if you just wanted to blitz through it. But going through it and taking your time and like looking at things and exploring things is half the fun, and it's so immersive. It's really good. Food and water are the bane of your existence. Mine too, which is why I have a cup of water here. Stay hydrated.
Goodbye for now, Mr. Lewis.
Okay. And I get experience for talking to people. Hey, I know you're not feeling well.
Christina.
Change your mind, Mr. Reed?
Do you need any assistance, Miss Popper?
It depends on the price of your medicine.
Free.
I am shocked that you would think I am that sort of man.
Forgive my suspicion. I'm so used to liars with good manners. Thank you, sir.
You know, that's a good description. A non-linear exploration game. 100% for sure. That's a good way to put it.
Goodbye, miss. Take care of yourself as best you can.
Yeah, definitely one of those games that, like, if it goes on sale, 100% worth picking up. Shoot, even if it doesn't go on sale, it's still worth picking up. But if you're like me and you prefer to grab things when they're on sale,
How am I supposed to interview?
Definitely worth picking up.
Good evening, Doctor. Can I help you?
Do you need assistance?
That would be nice of you, Doctor. Who knows what I may have caught during my investigation.
If you persist in investigating the most pox-ridden boroughs of London, you must accept the risks.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, absolutely. You can even pick it up after you beat the main game. You don't have to get the DLC immediately to enjoy anything. The DLC, I didn't even come across the DLC, except for like a minor aspect, until after I beat the original game. So I would highly recommend play the original game, see if you like it. If you do, pick up the DLC, because it's just as good.
Christina Popper claims she sells her body because she can't find any other work. Do you believe her?
Of course I do. Her story is exactly what I want my readers to understand. We live in an intolerant and divided nation.
Do you think things will ever change, Mr. Darby?
I believe the situation can only improve. And now that women can vote, I'm convinced things will change.
Goodbye, Mr. Darby. Farewell.
What is up here? Why can I get up here? Is there a secret thing I need to do up here? Like you said in earlier streams, you're surprised how much they put into it. Yeah, it was,
It's locked, all right.
It was quite surprising how much, stuff they actually put into it. I mean, I know I beat it really quickly, but I think it took as many sessions for the base game as it did for the DLC. So it was basically like a second base game.
Stay close, keep an eye on each other.
Because I think it was like 4 sessions to beat the base game, and then it was another 4 sessions to beat the DLC, or it was 5 and 3. But I think it was like 8 total.
Pay me a bottle and I'll be nasty.
You are blinded by your false faith. Imprisoned by your
Who are you talking to anyway? You're literally just a crazy man screaming on the streets. I will be sure to feast on you later, Father. A dazzled skull? I did have a 5-hour stream for the last one, but if I remember right, I didn't do just the game. Or, well, I guess it was all technically just the game, but like, I did extra things that I didn't need to do. I really need to level up this autophagy thing. Alright, give me my blood. Yeah, so if I remember right, that's one of the reasons why the last one took me so long. But I think for the first game, I also did like a 4-hour stream. So it kind of checks out. Oh, here's the graveyard. I wonder if this is the other dude?
Good evening, sir. I'm Dr. Reed. I would like to ask you a few questions.
Please be my guest. Although I may not be the best informant regarding this part of town, my words speak about that which the eyes cannot see.
Really? Are you an artist of some kind?
I'm a poet, sir.
Ah.
Richard Nethercott, at your service.
You love how much alternate ending hijinks they put into? Yeah, the amount of different endings that you can get in Outer Wilds is ridiculous. It's fun, though. It's fun to find.
May I ask what you're doing at this hour of night, sir? Do you live here?
Not at all. I'm just enjoying the pleasure of a quiet walk. Though night talks are always preferable, if you ask me. Especially with strangers.
But are you not afraid of the epidemic?
Oh, why should I? I see some equity in the Spanish flu. No flesh should be saved, say the scriptures. Good or evil, rich or poor, all are equal in the eyes of the flu.
If you say so. But as a physician in a time of epidemic, I must caution you to avoid unnecessary exposure, sir.
Thank you, Doctor. But we both know the seeker of truth has to go boldly where the weak dare not.
What are your thoughts on the terrible situation in this city?
Terrible, you say? No. Of course, the death of so many innocents is a tragedy. But the scourge has not been all bad for the city. Oh, no, sir.
What are you talking about?
Do you remember London before the flu? Noisy, cacophonic, quiet nowhere to be found. And now, listen to this oddly peaceful silence.
He's got a point. I do kind of miss the start of the pandemic when everything was nice and quiet.
Yes. The enjoyable silence of the grave. You have a unique perspective on the situation, I must admit.
Most people fail to understand my perspective.
This is a really interesting time to be playing this game.
I don't blame them. But how could I call myself a poet if I veiled my feelings?
God, I love getting to work from home. Like, don't get me wrong. I like going into the office and seeing my coworkers and getting to hang out with them some and, like, you know, do some physical work. But the majority of my job really just needs me to work at a computer with a phone handy. And I can do that at home. And because Omicron started getting, like, really big and infectious, they were like, we're going to shut down. We're going to shut down a little bit. You guys can work from home. And I was like, yes. My boss looked at me and was like, hey, do you want to do that? I was like, yes, I do. And he's like, do you want to come back this week? No, I will take the full time to be working from home while I can. I have no qualms with working from home. And he was like, okay. He prefers being in the office. I don't.
Are you aware that your life could be in danger in this part of town?
But this is where I must be to feel the real beat of the city. I had to come, see it for myself, alone.
Having your coworkers never stop talking, so you're glad it's easier to escape. Oh, God. See, like, even in my last job, the snack company that I worked for, in the IT group, like, I went into the office 2 times a week, and half the time I was just sitting at my desk doing nothing, just waiting. I mean, it was nice to be there and available for when something came up, because all the other times I'd have to message whoever was in the office to go do it. But it's nice to be able to be home in the comfort of my own couch and warm. Like, in my climate, I can use the bathroom without worrying. It's not, you know, there's no. It's just easier. It's just definitely easier. Work from home, don't wear pants life is good. I still wear pants, but that's just me. If you don't wear pants, you don't gotta wear pants, because guess what? You working from home, no one's seeing you from the bottom or from the waist down.
I understand your need for solitude, but it's not safe around here.
I don't care. I don't have many friends, Doctor, and my family despises me.
I wake up 10 minutes before I need to work. It lets me, wake up, brush my teeth in the morning, just so my mouth doesn't feel gross. Then I walk over to the couch and I turn on my laptop and get logged in and turn my phone ringer on, and I look at emails in the morning to make sure that nothing, is urgent that I need to take care of. And if there's nothing going on, I roll over and I lay on the couch. Sometimes a nap. Sometimes I just rest my eyes. Sometimes I pull out my phone and look at Reddit. Sometimes I grab my Switch and play a little bit of Animal Crossing in the morning. Because I start at 6 in the morning and I stop at 4:30. And when I'm in the office, my boss and I, we both get in at 6. We go to our desk after saying good morning and all that and, getting situated. We go to our desks. And then for 2 hours, we hardly say a word to each other. We watch emails, we answer phones, and he listens to music and I think watches stuff on Netflix, and I watch YouTube. That's what we do in the morning. And then usually around 7 or 8, we start get going. If there's stuff that we have to do, because that's when other people are getting into the office. So we start getting ready for any projects that we had waiting. And if there's no one there, then just continue to sit there and do our own thing, working on various projects that we have. That's what your mom said all the time when she started working from home. She was more productive because she didn't have to stop in and check on employees, have people interrupting, etc. Yeah, I don't get how people can function just constantly having to do that. I'm fortunate that my IT office is so off the beaten path for normal people that literally 9 times out of 10 the way we get contacted is either email or phone. You might have played Pokemon during the load times too. Nothing wrong with that. If you can pause it, if literally all you would be doing otherwise is sitting there waiting for emails or phone calls to come in, I don't see an issue with that. As long as you are not neglecting your work or anything like that. If I were a manager, I would say I don't care. I would not care. As long as you are on top of your emails, on top of your projects, and on top of any, for me, calls and tickets that come in, whatever you do with the rest of your free time, as long as you can drop whatever it is, go for it. That's the only reason why I don't stream on the days that I work from home, is because I could get a call at any moment, then I gotta go, and, who knows how long I'll be. Yeah, rest your eyes. You're super helpful for your team. Good. I believe it, Nightly. I mean, I totally believe it. Although you've been extremely burned out on doing requests from self-service stuff. What do you mean?
If some misfortune came upon you, who would be here to help you?
Well, you for a start, my dear doctor.
I mean, you got a point. I am here.
Tell me, Mr. Nethercott, why seek inspiration in Whitechapel?
The place is not beautiful per se, but how to explain it? Stirring and challenging.
Oh, through people putting in, okay, tickets in the web for requests and when things get broken.
In what way, exactly?
The struggle by gaslight. The barren smiles and the added.
Do you have to remote in or just,
if you say so,
talk to them over the phone about it?
Antagonism and vivid paradox. The stripped humanity raged across each street.
Vivid, of course, yes. And what about the poignant distress?
Oh yes, the poignant distress. You see what I mean, don't you? That's what I want to write about, and that's what Whitechapel is made of.
Do you not think it a little morbid?
On the contrary, sir. Whitechapel is full of life, full of beauty. Just like my dear muse, the wonderful Camellia.
What can you tell me about Camellia?
Not much. And that's the beauty of it. She can't speak, you know. She's a locked mystery who exhales kindness and sweetness.
Perhaps you're just afraid to find out the truth about your muse.
One day, perhaps, I'll ask her to come with me. But will she still be my wild flower?
Full of life like Scowls.
If she moves uptown.
And have you ever tried to learn more about her? Where she lives?
All right, Waddles. Thanks for hanging out, my dude. It's so good.
Maybe I
so good to
prefer
chat
she
with you.
remains an enigma.
You have a good night.
Reality
Take
can
care of
be so
yourself.
dull, don't
I'll catch you
think?
next time, man. You mean just doing them? You almost never have to call them, but you often have to email them to get more info, and that can get tiring. Plus the work itself, because you've been doing them a lot for almost a year before you got burned out. Oh, I gotcha. Yeah, at my last job, when I started, I quickly outpaced all of the other techs there with just the amount of work that I was doing. Granted, I was hired to do that grunt work of taking tickets, answering phone calls, answering emails. The metrics that we tracked, which we weren't like graded on it necessarily, but it was one of those things that like it just let us know who was doing work and who was maybe busy doing other things. Me and another guy were hired at the same time. He had more experience, and as soon as I started working and he saw how many tickets I was handling, he started bumping up how many tickets he was handling. So for like the first 3 months that I was there, he and I were always the neck and neck ticket takers. We were doing, sometimes the both of us together were doing 80% of the tickets. Oh, not lucky. And then when the pandemic started, I had the highest call availability time, the highest amount of tickets completed. Like I was knocking stuff out, and it definitely burned me out. And that is why I did not feel bad at all waking up at 7 in the morning, logging in, and then taking a nap and sleeping again until, 8, 9, sometimes 10 o'clock. After... You didn't hear it go? Did it not go through? Oh. What does that play through? It said renew it, in case you were curious. Applications. Create a new one. Capture specific. Oh, no. Maybe Elgato sound capture? No, it's not the Elgato sound capture. Output device. Oh. That's why. Oh, that's interesting. I gotta find a way to work around that then. Okay, that's good to know. Thank you for letting me know that, Shadow, that you didn't hear it. Because basically what that means is... Move that, yep. It means that I need to keep my desktop audio on. Instead of just capturing the game audio. Come on, where is it? Do it. There's do it. Renew it. There you go. You got it again. That's what you've been doing, and now you're working in a role that's a step above the job you were hired for, and they're currently hiring for that role. Fingers crossed. Ooh. You're wearing a lot more hats and somehow getting paid less due to the transition of agencies. I know how that feels. We've considered it an investment to get to this point, to actually be hired with the company you're working for. Haven't heard back yet, but my manager is going to follow up with them. Well, I wish you the best of luck. I hope you do get it, and I hope that they pay you more. And seriously, if you have the opportunity to negotiate your pay, do it, because they seriously underpay techs. When I lived in Pennsylvania, I got hired for $45,000, a salary of $45,000 a year. I think I was, it's like $21 and some odd cents an hour. The guy that they hired just before me, who had slightly more experience, they hired for 53 or 54. And then after working there for a year, they hired another guy who also had a little bit more experience, and they hired him at 60. But we were all doing the same job. We were all taking tickets. We were all answering things. Like, they only had a couple more things on their plate, but I also had a lot of things on my plate that they didn't have, and I was getting paid significantly less. So talk to your coworkers about your wages, and be sure to negotiate if you can. And if you can't, get as much experience as you can, get them to pay for as much schooling and certifications as you can, and then get a new job. You're 100% going to. You were being paid $26 an hour, currently being paid $23. You're hoping for $30, but in salary form. That would be great. If you could hit $30, that would be amazing.
Did you know the Mute Florist is a member of a secret society?
No, I didn't. But I thank you for this information, sir. For it only enriches the mystery surrounding the precious camellia.
Are you not curious? Is there not more you wish to know?
That girl has not an ounce of malice in her. Whatever she may be hiding, it's certain to be for the benefit of most, if not all.
What is it? 54 weeks in a year? No. That should be... Yeah, it's 54 weeks, right? There's 54 weeks in a year. It would legit help so much. It would open better apartments where you don't have 52, where you don't have a bedroom window next to a busy road, and it would help pay for Mowgli. 52 weeks. And then that would be 40 hours a week. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I get it. Where we are at up in Seattle, we're paying $1,600 for a 2-bed, 2-bath. And that's with some like utilities and stuff included. And I think electric rolled into it. And once our lease is up, we know that they're going to raise the price again. So we're expecting it to go up another like $200 or $300. You've been told to just double the per hour to get the salary, so 30 hours is $60K. Well, let's see. So $30 an hour. So times 40 is 1,200, and that's times 52 would be 62,400. So it's a rough estimate, yeah. Your rent just got raised this month too. It's ridiculous how much they've been raising rent out here and how much houses and apartments are going for. We're really hoping that we'll be able to get a nicer apartment closer to my job, I think, or around this area, which is near Lauren's job, if we can. But Lauren's also applying for a job where I work, where they will hopefully pay her almost double what she's currently making. Fingers crossed. And if she does, then that opens up a lot more opportunities for us too, and that would be wonderful. But we gotta wait and see. You're thankful you're currently on a monthly contract. You've been keeping an eye on an apartment complex you really like, but no openings. Gotcha. I hope that they have an opening for you soon. Getting ready for bed and switch to your iPad? Hopefully it works. Hopefully it works.
I fear you are a hopeless romantic, Mr. Nethercott.
Guilty as charged, Dr. Reed.
But yeah. When we go a couple months before our lease expires, we will start looking at other places to go. Because, like, our apartment's decent. Like, you know, we feel relatively safe and okay here. Just outside of our apartment, it's not that great, like the area itself, but it's a gated apartment, so it's a little bit better. But I like to have space, and I don't want to go below 1,000 square feet in an apartment if I can. And we're at 1,000 right now, and we're pressed for space just a little bit. Honestly, we want a better kitchen. Our kitchen's so tiny. It'd be awesome if you got employed and then the apartment had a vacancy. The universe has worked for me that way before. Not that you'd expect it, but it'd be cool. Honestly, I'm praying that happens for you, because that would be excellent. That would be absolutely wonderful if you were able to do that.
Do you need medical attention, sir?
It may be wise to let you prescribe me something. I don't feel like I should.
I understand your appetite for words and macabre beauty, sir. But you should be more careful.
The nutrition of my mind is more important than my physical health. But I appreciate your concern, sir.
Yeah, if I were single and living by myself, I would probably be fine with 700. But because there's 2 people in this apartment, I feel like we definitely need, well, I feel like it, that we definitely need at least 1,000. Lauren was living in a 400 square foot studio apartment and was happy as a clam, and I was like, I don't know how you live like this. We lived there for like 2 or 3 weeks until the apartment we're currently in opened up, and I was so cramped. I was miserable.
Oh, Camellia.
Not too miserable, but I was miserable. Thankfully, Circasa prefers smaller spaces, so I think we'd be comfortable with 700. As long as you've got, as long as you don't have too much stuff, yeah, 700 could work just fine. We both have a lot of stuff. Like, the office, the spare bedroom that we're in, is where both of our desks are, and there's barely enough room for them. So, you know, if you can make the space work, then yeah, 700 should be fine. Personally, I think 1,000 is good for me. That's roughly like 500 square feet per person. You know, that's 2 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, a small kitchen, a dining room, and a living room. That's what we got, and it works. It's comfy. I still haven't been able to find this guy to do Braille. I somehow got so sidetracked from that. With only 1,400 experience right now, almost 1,500. So Circasa moving out here? Did I miss any news along that vein? Oh, an exterminator.
He's mine! I said steady, boys, we've got one of them. Take it. Want some of that breath of air? It ain't there! Filthy piece of shit! Eat this!
You haven't discussed it yet. He still needs to visit you and enjoy the area, which you think he will. That is important. That is very important. That was a very big concern for both Lauren and I when I moved out here, is whether or not I would enjoy the area and if I'd be happy out here. Well, that was one of the things we talked about before I moved out here, and, you know, I said there's only one way to find out, and I'm willing to take the risk to move out here and see if I do like it. Current news is that your anniversary is on the 14th. Really? It's on Valentine's Day? Happy early anniversary to you two. Do you have anything fun planned? Oh, hello. Ooh, you bugger. What that booty do? Yeah, we're both hopeless romantics. You've never had Belgian waffles before, so he got you a waffle maker as part of his anniversary gift to you, and we're gonna find a recipe. After that, it's either playing a game together or a romantic movie. Why not both? Oh, that's so cute. That sounds like a lot of fun. I can't believe you've never had Belgian waffles. You need... Okay, I should see if the local diner out here does Belgian waffles. I was gonna say, you need to come up here and visit Lauren and I, and we'll take you out to a diner and get you some good Belgian waffles. Oh, his back can only handle so much. Oh, that sucks. Hernias are awful. Is he able to get it looked at or anything? Is he scheduled for surgery? Anything like that? Used hatchet, eh? All right. Was not expecting to have to fight that guy after jumping down. Not surgery because the physician that saw him the first time was basically like, not a big deal. He can still work on train tracks and stuff, when he very much can't. Last year he went to court to try to get that addressed with a more recent physician results, but apparently he didn't do something the proper way, so it got repealed. Ugh. I hate medical law. And even if he can get scheduled for back surgery, he said there's likely a 10-year wait? How is there such a long wait for something like that? That's crazy. Cons of freaking... I mean, it's not the first time that I've heard that specific argument either. But still, that's insane that it's 10 years. Like, maybe a year I could understand, but 10? That's bonkers. Did I miss anything over here? Just a bunch of barrels that I can destroy. This house looks kind of important. Because of that, he barely gets any sleep whatsoever, and if he gets decent sleep, on the rare occasion, he usually wakes up in more pain for staying still for so long. Oh, that super sucks. I'm so sorry. Yet still, he's somehow able to take care of his apartment and be a responsible adult. Is he still working? Or is he on any sort of, like, disability or workman's compensation? I don't know if Canada even has workers' compensation. I mean, props to him. I've known many people who have had to live with a chronic pain like that, and it's awful. It's so hellish.
You're late. Where's my money?
Oh, he's just going around and... Okay, so that's advancing the story. Oh, I haven't talked to this chick yet.
Even the flu is no match for the Swanborough cordial.
Oh, she's a swindler.
Good evening, miss.
Good evening, sir. Are you interested in a miraculous cure for this unknown and deadly epidemic?
Actually, I am.
Then you have come to the right place. The famous Swanborough cordial is all you need to help keep you in perfect health.
Oh, really? Why didn't I hear about it during my studies? I'm Jonathan Reed, by the way. Dr. Jonathan Reed.
Ah, my brother has spoken of your research, sir.
Welcome back,
I'm
Shadow.
Loretta Swanborough, and it's always a pleasure to meet a fellow healer.
He's on a desk job since a work injury means he has to have a job there somewhere and everyone depends on him, but he's hired by the union. Oh, that's good. Union jobs are usually good. He was supposed to be hired with the company last year, but they're still trying to get that position open for him. He's being paid half of what he could because the company is taking advantage of it. Ah. I wonder if the union could fight for him to get a higher wage, and then they'd have to either pay him more through the union or pay him more through them.
Tell me, who intrigues you most in Whitechapel?
The region itself is something to see, but I would say Camellia the mute florist who gives away her flowers.
What do you think of the locals?
Most of them are afraid or desperate. They all come to me eventually for my remedy.
Gotta say, listening to the combat sounds while not actually watching is interesting. Yeah, what was that like, Shadow? Yeah, if he got hired, he'd get the wage he should get, if not even more. Well, I hope so. I hope they stop dragging his feet. Companies suck. Because companies only ever think about the bottom line. And, like, I get it. You can't run a business if you're not smart with your money. But, like, promising someone you're going to hire them and then not paying or not doing it just so you don't have to pay them is complete hogwash. Another reason why you want him here is his company apparently has caused divorces before, and the way they take advantage of him makes your blood boil. I don't blame you.
Is there anyone I should avoid?
I'd be livid.
Bates, without a doubt. The bloody bastard remorselessly exploits poor migrants as soon as they get here.
A lot of grunting and weird gnawing sounds. I noticed his weird gnawing sounds. It was crazy.
Do you know Nurse Dorothy Crane from the Pembroke Hospital? I'd like to know more about her.
I don't like to talk about competition.
Competition, you say?
Never met her, but it seems she provides some sort of medical care to the poor. The whole thing has to be some sort of scam, if you ask me.
I'd like to see what kind of medicine you're selling.
Oh, interesting. I can actually get it and recycle it into components. Maybe I'll come back and get the Swanborough cordial. I wonder if she needs any medical attention.
I'm perfectly fine, thanks to my miraculous elixir. You, on the other hand, look pale and tired, Doctor.
She's healthy. All right.
Goodbye,
And
Miss
like he helps with pretty much everything, and some people would try to
Perhaps we'll
use
talk
that
again.
fact to blame things on him when they don't do their job right.
Swanborough cordial can
Oh,
be the answer to all your
people are the
problems.
worst.
As long as you have the money.
I'm glad he is well versed in CYA, because if he has people trying to throw him under the bus that often,
When
he needs
science
it.
fails you, this elixir will give you
He definitely needs to CYA. That's something you are taught in IT as well, is anything and everything you do. What? Anything and everything you do, document it.
I won't end up another drunk arsehole littering the streets. Not me.
Bloody art, boy.
Ooh.
Someday you'll understand. You've
Me?
wasted
I'll
your
not die in
life
some
away.
piss-stinking alley reeking worse than a week
Where
old
was that
lavvy.
shotgun shot? He literally had someone report him because he accidentally put the wrong vendor's name in an email. He then proceeded to accidentally show the email thread that showed how she neglected her own job for the same project. Ooh. Did this guy kill himself? I don't see a gun. I don't know if they're indicating a hideout's nearby. I could check. I just was trying to figure out
It's
what the
locked.
gunshot was. See, I hate people that try to be so nitpicky and be like, oh, well, you did this thing wrong. And it's like, ask clarifying questions. Do your job and be smart. Like, we all make mistakes, and you gotta own up to it sometimes. I created a new user and spelled the name wrong because I didn't check the form. I went off of an email that I got instead of checking the form. The email had it wrong, the form had it right. And I owned up to it. I said, you know what, that's my bad. I know how I did it. I'll fix it.
Me? I'll not die.
Yeah, it doesn't look like there's another hideout here. Seems too close to another one.
Stealing drugs. What?
Shooting a boy in the middle of the street. Not the best thing to do, wouldn't you say?
What? You saw what happened. Who are you?
I'm Dr. Reed, and I'd like to ask you a few questions, if you promise me to set your gun aside.
No. Look, I'm not a violent man. I'm Benjamin Palmer, doctor. And no one can help me. Not even you.
You don't seem well, Benjamin. Do you need any help?
I always feel ill, sir. It's like I'm never right.
Oh, he's got a migraine, which I don't have yet. Ah.
I will see you later. What can you tell me about this place?
Nothing to say, really. This is where I used to live, and this is where I live now.
You don't have anywhere to go? No family that would welcome you?
Not since the death of my wife, Albert's mother. She was sick, you see. Long before the flu and all this shit.
Oh, I get it nightly. I get called Corey all the time. And I hate it. It irks me too, especially in situations like that. Like, it's one thing if it's in person and they forget. It's another thing when it's in email or on Teams and my name is literally right there in the email. How do you get that wrong? How do you not pay attention? How?
You mean you used to have a better life?
Yeah, I had a wife, a home, and a job. I even used to have a name. And now I'm just Ben. Ben the Tramp.
Some people, it might be a passive-aggressive way to show disrespect. Some people might just be super unobservant. Like, if you talk with them all the time and you've corrected them at least once and they still do it, then it starts to get on, like, harassment side. It irks me especially when it's by my own manager. Like, you've done way too much for him to not recognize who you are, or too commonly confuse you for your colleague, Amy, who also does really well. Does he, like, accidentally call you Amy, or does he just spell your name wrong?
Perhaps you could focus for a moment and tell me your troubles.
I'm sick, broke, and my son just stole my pills. Everything's coming up roses.
Both. Freaking both. Is your manager good? Do you have a good manager, or is your manager a little neglectful?
Whatever the boy did, I'm sure he didn't deserve a public execution.
I swear I didn't want to hit him. It's just that I'm sick in the head, you see, and the boy just faked me last nerve.
Do you know Nurse Dorothy Crane from the Pembroke Hospital? Have you heard anything?
It's funny, I've been searching for her too. I need some pills. But the woman is a phantom, if you ask me.
Really? And why is that?
Word is she ain't real. She's a cover for some doctor who runs an illegal dispensary for migrants.
I was about to ask if he...
A gun, alcohol, and a bad temper make a terrible cocktail, sir. Goodbye for now.
I was about to ask if he seemed like he neglected his job or not, or if he actually does do his job.
I won't end up another drunk arsehole littering the streets. Not me.
I'm sorry, where's the kid you just publicly executed? Like, did I miss something?
It's all a bloody joke to you.
I've had managers who are completely neglectful when it comes to their job, and all they do is sit there and kind of collect a paycheck and be absent, and it's awful. They are some of the worst kind of manager. Even if they're like, yeah, kind of okay. If you're doing their job more than he's doing his job,
Another drunk arsehole littering the streets.
he's not doing his job, and he should be booted. It's the type of guy who's lazy and doesn't pay attention to things, and the reason why he doesn't pay attention to stats is because he's
alley
not
reeking
doing
worse
his
than
job.
a week-old lavvy.
Are you all right?
The bastard hit the wall next to me. I don't even know if he meant to miss.
If you've been hurt, I can help you. I'm a doctor.
Name's Albert. Remember it. Now bugger off.
What happened? Did you really steal that man's medication?
Hey, I didn't do anything. It ain't me.
All right. Perhaps the poor drunk just confused you with someone else.
Sod off, mister. You ain't got no clue what's going on here. Bastard was a soldier in the war, so now he's got the right to shoot me.
It's true. I'm not familiar with this part of town. Perhaps you could help me.
I said sod off. Go find yourself another guide.
Ah, is that the job that you're applying for? Is the team lead position?
Do you know Nurse Dorothy Crane from the Pembroke Hospital? If you know anything about her, I'd appreciate it.
Never heard of her. She's pretty, I'll keep an eye out.
Albert was supposed to meet with the Wet Boot Boys leader after joining the gang. Okay.
Do you need assistance?
Please. Feeling tired these days.
So what, fatigue? Yeah, you also got fatigue. Okay. I don't have medicine, but I can get you some. Man you're looking for is dead.
I found the recruiter you were expecting. He's dead, but he carried a note. The Wet Boot Boys have accepted your application.
I knew it! I told you I was tough enough. I'll be free soon.
Ooh, what do I do? No, it's like a 1.5 service desk, not taking calls nearly as much and more on the technical side of things. A lot more freedom to pursue your own projects, like making video tutorials when you're not on active monitoring duties, where you make sure servers and scripts are working and the team reach out to you to get some things done. Oh, that sounds super nice.
This note was found.
That sounds
on a
like something
dead
I would
man,
enjoy
Albert.
doing.
If that doesn't change your mind, then you must be ready to face the risks.
You're all fancy words, none of which concern me. Go worry about someone else. I'm fine and I have a future here.
Interesting. Pursue your own projects. What kind of projects would you do?
Goodbye, young man.
I won't end up another drunk arsehole littering the streets. Not me.
All right, where is... To my left and then to my right at the end of this alleyway. Are you dead? I think he's dead. Yeah, it's been fun. A ton to do though. Got to check reports for compliance with procedures. Got to help by processing terminations. Got to check reports to look for server hardware issues, etc. You know, it was fine the whole time between when you said you were getting ready for bed and when you came back, but after that, you've just been getting a whole bunch of buffering. Maybe it's your bed. Maybe your bed is a dead zone. All right, so migraine, fatigue, cold. Fatigue. Oh, that's Cadigan, who's not here yet. So I need fatigue, and I can't get migraine yet. That's bothering me. But I think I need another cold. Fatigue. Cold. Get another fatigue for the sake of it, because I'm sure I'll come across more people with fatigue. Your own projects include the training videos, updating or creating documentation, anything that can help make things easier and more efficient. Love efficiency. Ah, see, that also sounds like what I would want to do. I've offered to do that for my boss, both in this job and my last job. They didn't quite go for it. Like, documentation, of course, is one thing. I've been like the part of the pushing force to get a ticketing system at my current job, because we're just a team of 3, so they've done everything in emails, and I'm trying to get us into a ticketing system. Can't be you because you watch stuff on Netflix and YouTube just fine. They might have a smaller bandwidth threshold that you can use. You might not need quite as much bandwidth to use those.
As long as you have the money.
So yeah, at some point, I'm sure I can convince or get my boss to let me do stuff like that. But I don't know if anyone would really pay attention to the videos.
How are you?
I don't think we have that many technical
right?
things
Now
that we need
piss off.
videos for.
Do you need assistance?
Please.
There you go. Let's hope nobody steals it from you.
Very funny.
Goodbye, young man.
The wet boots will be proud of me.
How do I get migraine stuff?
Bloody joke to you, innit?
Really, you just need better internet. Don't we all? The internet they offer these days, sometimes it's just awful. Even before you got this role, you wrote a huge article about how to create requests and incidents that included flowcharts to help people choose which requests they need to use. You've had a VIP praise me on it and an unrelated call, and it's generally been a very successful article after a lot of self-promoting. So far, it's been rated 100% with 100+ views. Nice! Good job, Knightley. That's incredible. Oh, it tells me what it breaks down into. Oh, that's super nice. So if I need money, I can sell it, or if I need parts, I can break it down. Can I break this stuff down? No. I wonder if I can sell those. Definitely your current crowning achievement. You put your heart into that article. I'm proud of you for that. Good documentation is hard to come by, and people who can do good documentation are even harder to come by. I'm trying to get better at my documentation and being accurate in what I do. Anytime I write documentation, I basically write it out and then follow through it myself, add stuff that I forget, reread it, make sure it makes sense, give it to someone else, have them follow through with it, and see if they recommend any additions or subtractions. And after like 2 or 3 reviews that way is when it finally gets approved by me. I'm the one approving it. I approve my own stuff, but you get my point. All right, have I discovered everyone? Not everyone, not yet. I wonder if I could... Where is Codgen? I think he was over here? I don't know if I can find him and give him cold medicine or not, but I will try. You had your manager and team peer review your Article 2. Your manager and a senior member helped me fix some dialogue based on work politics, so it didn't come across as us at the service desk versus you, or versus them, the users. That's smart. That's good. Yeah, you definitely never want any conflict to potentially crop up in that way. I know it's always towing a fine line in attempting to communicate stuff properly. Especially with users who, frankly, might be stupid or afraid. Maybe not necessarily stupid, but afraid. Oh, wow. And not comfortable doing IT things. That's something that I tend to see is so many people are afraid to do stuff on their computer that they refuse to. I had a guy today refuse to search for a TV remote to change the input on a TV. He wanted one of us to come and help him out.
Christ! He's dead!
Yeah, it was interesting. I was really disappointed in that situation altogether. Just as, because like for me, I want to train the users how to be better at technology, and that technology is not necessarily a scary thing. That they can do some simple things on their own, and they don't need us to handhold them all the time. My goal is to educate, not just to fix problems. So it was really disheartening when I said, hey, the remote should be in this location. Can you go look? Oh, I looked there already. It's not there. All right, we'll have someone come over and help you. Coworker comes over, looks in that place. There it is. Yeah, teaching them as you solve the problem is fantastic. You and a colleague, or you showed a colleague the article months ago, and she recently reached out and told me that her article helped, or your article helped her a lot. Oh, that's awesome. Made a bunch of requests so quickly that her whole team was impressed. Heck yeah, Knightley. Efficiency. Is it up here? Your friend said you should look into Starlink. Apparently it's a similar monthly price as what we pay now with almost double the speeds. And set to get even better as more satellites roll out. Oh, you have satellite internet? Now, though, you can't even see the stream. Dang. I'm sorry, buddy.
More and more
Have I been here?
every night.
We have to stop it!
There we go. Guy wouldn't let me feed on him.
Please open the door, sir.
That guy was rough. Good to know that they have some decent enemy variety in this. I'm actually enjoying the fact that there's some tougher enemies. Yay, less buffering for now. Fingers crossed it stays that way. I realize now that this was not the way that I went to find Cottigan or whatever his name was, so we're gonna go this way.
Stupid! What's up with that teeth? We have to stop!
I like how this guy's literally just sitting there watching me eat his buddy. Are you currently using satellite internet, or do you have a form of like cable internet that's just really crappy and Starlink would end up being better? I was basically just wondering if you had satellite internet and that's why everything was super crappy for you. Right, was this... This wasn't the place I went, was it? There was money there that I missed, so it was helpful. 5 shillings at a time. Where was this blasted Cottigan guy? I want to try giving him a cure. This way?
Don't like this silence.
Is it in here? Yeah, I think it was in here. No, it's not satellite right now. Looking into it to see if it's a better option. Gotcha. I know a buddy of mine in Texas got it, and he said it was pretty good. He said the speeds were actually consistent with what they advertised. I don't know if it's still the case or not, but...
You had better return to Whitechapel without...
Safety isn't really an issue in Whitechapel, because you never are.
Oh, I can't give him his medical checkup here. That sucks. Well, I found him at least. I don't think this is the room that I came in, was it? Might have been. Okay, so he won't move until the next day comes around.
Filthy piece of shit!
How did so many people find out you're a vampire? I don't know. I'm not sure how they know. Like, I mean, these guys were already just hunting vampires, and they don't know I'm a vampire until I get up close, and then they're like, oh, he's a vampire, we should kill him. But I'm not sure how they immediately know I'm a vampire. That's something I've always wondered, is like, that doesn't check out. Just because I'm walking up on you doesn't necessarily make me a vampire, but maybe it's because of the epidemic and quarantine and all that, and how people shouldn't actually be out and oot and a boot. Alright, I remember these guys. They were tough. I don't want to fight them. I guess I looked at enough? Probably. I mean, have you seen his eyes? They're like white. Okay. Find someone who can read Braille. That one's tough. Where's the chapel? Or the... Okay, so I have to go that way for that one too. Oh, that one's pretty close by. What is Barrett Lewis and Joe Peterson? Retrieve Barrett Lewis's box. Oh, I had no idea that one was so close. Reminds you of zombies from Resident Evil 4. I don't think I've played that one. I haven't played any Resident Evils actually. But I don't know if I've seen that one either. Which one's Resident Evil 4? Who does that have in it? Does that have, like, Shiva, I think her name was?
There's more and more of these bloody leeches every night. Aye, but the guards are recruiting more and more every year.
It's locked, all right.
It's locked, all right. Leon, he's in like a Spanish area where there's a cult and an annoying escort. Maybe I'm thinking of 5. I think 5 has Shiva. Or, again, whatever her name is. I think it's Shiva.
You look so pale, my lord. Would you like me to...
5 has Shiva. Okay. And Chris. Oh, that's Chris. That's right. Oh, his box is in there.
No civilians allowed, sir.
It's one of them!
Crush the leech! You leech! You kill it!
I get rid of this!
Murdering bastard!
Alright, give me my blood back. Man, you wish mobile was like desktop and you could just quickly hit a button to pause and unpause it to get rid of lag. I think it actually used to be, but an update a while back made it so that when the stream is buffering, the pause button disappears. You can only pause it when the stream is actually running. Oh, that's super lame. Can you not even, like, go back, like rewind the stream. I mean, you'd watch it at a greater delay, but maybe at least then it wouldn't buffer. Here's the pack I was looking for. Sure you didn't drop one? Guess not. Oh, you're still here. All right, where's this box? Right, I am in the right place. Yes, I am in the right place. I don't know if it's down below or not. You can close the stream and reload it. That is super dumb. And you know the other thing that's also super dumb? The fact that you can't just like go to Twitch and try to view it. It always tries to open up, Twitch Mobile. I've had that issue with Reddit too. Definitely gonna have to rewatch this last hour. At least it's only an hour. I should probably get going to bed. I just wanted to try and explore the White Castle area first. Is there a box here? I have a feeling it's gonna be like back here with this fella. I mistimed how many swings I could get off before I was fatigued. There we go. Box back here? Is this the box? That's not the box. You've had luck getting to actual website by going into desktop view? You're also getting pretty tired. It's late. It is very late. Is it there? Where's this darn box? No, it's definitely got to be around here. The box is the friends we've made along the way. I don't think that's how this works. Is it over here? That's a lantern. Also a lantern. Oh, there's more to go up here.
This could be the box Lewis thought he lost.
Ah.
There's a letter inside.
Oh, yeah? What's the letter say? Bloody diary, small box. Barrett, there is no easy way to say it, so I'm going to be blunt. We can't keep on like this. At least I can't keep on like this. If Joe ever finds out about us, about his wife and his best friend, it will crush him, and then he will kill you. We had some good time together, but let's face it, I'm never going to be your Jane Lewis. You know it, and I know it too. So I'm ending this right here and right now. If you agree with my decision, I'm sure we'll find a way to be happy again. You, Joe, and me, in time. And then the most important part of our story will have been preserved. Until that day, I wish you'd forgive me. Goodbye for now, Jane Peterson.
A love letter from Joe Peterson's wife, addressed to Barrett Lewis. Who should I give it to, I wonder?
Thank you, Knightley. I wish my vamp senses actually helped me out with it. I just happened to look up.
Cheap price, good quality. Come on,
Fancy
take a
buying
look.
something, sir? You never lose your...
Let's see. Did I get anything else here? There we go.
Barrett, you had an affair with Joe's wife, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. She's the only woman I loved. My first regret is that she stayed with Joe after Harry was born. The second is I never shed a tear when she died.
Did you ever try talking to Joe?
Never. But I suspected he knew everything, even without knowing it. And he decided to make me pay in his own way.
Do you mean you're Harry's father?
No one will ever know for sure. And it's better that way. And I don't believe I'd have been all that bad as a dad.
I found this box in an abandoned building nearby. I believe it belongs to you.
Let's have a look. Yeah, this is mine. So, you faced those loons that roam around there. Extraordinary.
I suppose I was lucky.
Luck is a commodity round here. Yours should be properly rewarded.
About this package, it's not just tools and trinkets, is it?
I want to be rude or anything after your kind gesture, but it's none of your business.
That's right. I already figured out what it was.
Goodbye for now, Mr. Lewis.
Only 100 XP for that investigation.
You again?
Do you enjoy bullying people? I was hoping I could ask him about it. The
How
affair.
did you become the local bully everyone is afraid of, Joe?
There's no pride in roughing up poor bastards. But this is the only job I've found. And it pays well, too.
A job? So you're racketeering for someone else?
I got enlisted by the Wet Boot Boys, a gang from the docks. I'm their muscle for their dirty work.
Most people don't become thugs when unemployed. This is a choice you made.
I don't care what you think, sir. I do what I have to do for my own reasons, and that's that.
I'm not sure Mr. Lewis would agree with your by all means necessary philosophy, sir.
Oh, do you really think he's the poor victim here? Barrett can be as sneaky as anyone. Long ago, I even called the bastard my best friend.
Alright, so haven't unlocked anything else there. But I've unlocked new hints with him.
Fancy buying?
You never...
Nope, not there. Personal questions. Joe is a friend of yours.
Joe Peterson. He's the villain here, isn't he? But you seem to know each other.
I've known Joe for years. I saw him box once or twice. He was a friend then. But these days...
I knew he was a boxer.
He's just another thug.
What can you tell me about Mr. Peterson? Besides his
it's him
behavior
using
toward you,
his, like,
Colossus Joe was a
vampiric,
decent
mesmerizing
boxer, good one even.
Charisma on him.
But after his wife passed away, he found every excuse to stop training. Just wanted to pick fights with everyone.
Without making excuses for him, it's safe to say that despair can poison even the sanest mind.
We've all had some rough times, ain't we? But most of us don't use our fists to see us through.
And no one has ever stood up to this thug.
Nobody would be fool enough to stand against a wet boot boy.
I would. I'd kill him right and easy.
Goodbye for now, Mr. Lewis.
Thank you, Monsieur Louis. All right, I think this is probably a good point to stop. Can't give him anything for his migraine. Can't give anything for his cold because I haven't learned migraine. So the next thing we probably do is continue the main quest and hope that it gives me access to either the migraine. Oh, and I also need to go talk to Thelma. I forgot about that. But yeah, we'll continue continue the story. Their boots will be red with their blood. They'll be wet for other reasons. Thought it was, oh, I'm going the wrong way toward the hideout. Let me go to the hideout. That should hopefully save, get that auto save. But yeah, so next time, Monday, we will continue the story and then try to clean up some of the other quests, the side quests around, see if we can scrounge together as much experience as I can muster.
Hello, young man.
Oh.
I'm Dr. Reed, and I would like to ask you a few questions. May I enter, please?
Sorry, no, sir. My father does not like people entering our house, you see.
I could just barge in.
Your father is worried about you, boy. He asked me to look for you.
So my father actually worries about me then? Okay then. Come on in.
Is this Harry,
I'm
as
Harry, by
in
the way. Is there only
Joe's
pain
boy?
and suffering in this world?
Yeah, it's the Petersons' house. All right, well, I'm here to steal everything. Don't mind me.
It's locked, all right.
Job refusal letter. Dear Mr. Peterson, it is my duty to inform you of the refusal to accept your application for a job at the dockyard. I must thank you for the time spent at our office explaining the difficulty of your situation with your ill boy and the loss of your beloved wife, but it is also my duty to point out the policy of our company, which expressly reproves the employment of former criminals or convicts. Your unfortunate connections with the ill-famed Wet Boot Boys has been duly noted. These are hard times, sir, and Finch and Harper intend to reward first the candidates who pass the small inquiry we like to conduct about our future employees. You have my deepest sympathy, and may God be with you and your family. Ooh. I will take your money. I mean, you don't need it. You're working for the Wet Boot Boys. You got plenty of money where that's at.
Pain and suffering in this world.
All right, so you're... Hold on. Take that and all right. So you're sick.
So, may I ask you a few questions?
I'm not bothered. What could be worse?
Do you need any medical help, young man?
Yes, I do. I feel so tired. I don't know if it's the epidemic, but everything seems so hard.
Also fatigue. I wish it were this easy to get rid of...
You'll feel better with this.
Fatigue like this.
But you need to get a grip, young man. Medication alone won't cure melancholia.
I'm not sure I'm happy with the idea of living long in a world like this.
Yeah, me too, bud.
But I thank you for your concern, sir.
But I'll stick through it.
How do you feel?
I'm fine. I mean, it's not easy every day, but I'm fine. I'm just tired of being sick all the time. If only I could be tough, like... Well, you know.
Speaking of which, What can
It
you
does
tell
hit
me
too
about
close
your
to home.
father?
My father is an idiot who makes idiot things. That's all I have to say.
Forgive my bluntness, young man, but you don't seem happy living in Whitechapel.
Why should I? I never wanted to come here in the first place. It was my father's decision. And look around you. Does this look like a nice place to live?
I mean, it looks bigger than my apartment.
You have a roof over your head, a place to call home. Many people here are not as lucky, you know.
That's exactly what my father says. Harry, you should be grateful for what you've got. But I wasn't even consulted when we moved here.
If life here is so terrible for you, why don't you just leave this place? Have you ever spoken to your father about it?
I don't go outside. It terrifies me so. I went outside once without my father noticing and I saw terrible things. Bloody and frightening things.
Like even during the
that's why
day?
you stay at home all day? For fear of the epidemic?
I'm not afraid of disease or death, Dr. Reed. It's the living I'm afraid of.
I mean, yes, I 100% get you. Oh, Lord.
Your father and Mr. Lewis used to be good friends.
I wasn't
What
expecting
happened,
him
Harry?
to give
I
me
was
all
young
this
then.
info.
I don't remember Mr. Lewis ever coming back again after my mother died. Or was it after my father started bullying him? I don't know.
Have you tried speaking to Mr. Lewis about it?
I don't go out often, but yes. And he scolded me and told me to leave him alone. I guess my father frightens him too much.
But you are not responsible for your father's actions.
Am I not? Dad always says that he joined that gang for my safety. So if I wasn't born, people wouldn't be worrying about Colossus Joe.
Do you remember when Barrett Lewis was close to your family? To your mother?
Not really. I was too young. But I remember it was a happier time. Mr. Lewis was funny. He often had dinner with us.
Why are you sad then?
Because it hurts to remember a time when my father used to laugh and smile. It hurts to realise he's as sad as me now.
How was he towards you?
He was nice, I guess. He never forgot my birthday. He always offered me books. I liked books.
God, this poor kid.
Would it ease tensions with your father if he got an honest job? Because he tried, you know.
I can't say. I'd be glad if he dropped his thuggish activities. But I'm not sure it would be enough.
Why is that?
Sometimes I suspect it's me, Dr. Reed. Or it's this life. It's like I can't find my place.
Oh my God, this kid. I want to give him a hug. I want to give him a better place to go.
Do you know Nurse Dorothy Crane from the Pembroke Hospital? I'd like to know more about her.
Yes, I know her. She came here to examine me when I was very sick. She said I should go out more.
Okay, nothing else unlocked.
Goodbye, young man. Take care of yourself.
Oof.
Even my dreams are soaked with glue.
Oh my God. Okay. We're out of here. I don't want to know what his dreams are soaked with. Yoink. Yoink. Let's go. Oh. Okay. So I met all the people here. Harry Peterson is recovering. He has a frail constitution and is often sick. He did not want to live in Whitechapel in the first place. And then there's one other hint, which I'm sure I can probably talk to Joe about, because I've already figured out Barrett's. Oh, look at how crappy his experience bar is. He's probably someone that they want you to kill, too. So I can cure him with a cold. Still so many people to figure out. Still can't heal him for his headache yet. And I think I've gotten almost everyone there, at least everyone that I found. So we got to find out these other people in the dockyard. And also what's in this unknown district. So, like I said before, we'll continue the main quest next time. And then after we pursue that a little bit further, maybe that'll give us the opportunity to get more experience so I can level up, and then we'll jump into some of these side quests. I think that'll be good. I think that'll be very good. So until then, before we end, I am gonna see if there is... I wonder if it's possible to eat literally everyone? Oh, I bet it is. I bet it is possible. Let's see. Let me see if someone is still streaming. Someone is having their... I think it's 1 year stream anniversary and birthday. Nope, they are not streaming. Okay. Who else? Who else? Oh. No, maybe it's maybe I was looking at the wrong person. Hold on. I was looking at the wrong person. All right, we are going to raid my friend Alvi. They're playing, she's playing Valorant, so I know that might not be your guys' speed, but at least, you know, pop by and give them some Squire's love, wish them, a congratulations on 1 year, and I'll see you all on the next adventure. So take care of yourselves, take care of each other, be kind to yourselves, be kind to each other, and as always, I'll see you guys on the next adventure.